So tougher than bulletproof
Is
glass.
now made of diamonds? That's the question.
No, you don't have it. You don't have a skull. Like it's a glass dome now.
But
You
can it be a
don't
diamond
have to
dome?
pay me.
That'll cost extra.
Fuck. Does that come out of my money?
Oh no, I mean it's the diamonds you're asking are so expensive it goes beyond. You have to pay for the dome now.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
that's a pretty big diamond.
That would be a lot of diamond.
And diamond is very.
Can you get it can you grow hair on it?
No, you cannot grow hair on it.
Wear a
diamond is also
toupee.
very prone to shattering.
Oh, wearing a toupee, that would be
As prone to
yikes.
shattering as your actual skull. So
No,
I mean, it depends on who you are.
For glass, but
Maybe like Mitchell, no. Logan, yes.
For me, it's a matter of like how long I have to choose. Because now, no, I love looking at myself in the mirror too much. In like 30 years, maybe.
Dude,
It's right now.
Suction
Now or
cups
never.
hair to your head.
No, I would not do it.
Damn.
I love look. I think I'm too attractive. I wouldn't want to do that to myself. Any more?
How come we're doing hypotheticals instead of playing D&D?
We were waiting for someone. Oh yeah, we were waiting for Hannah when she was listening back to something, and then she had to go and do some basic geometry for us.
Is Hannah here? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hannah,
I'm here.
I appreciate you going back and looking up that information for me.
I mean, it was there was no solid agreements were made. So
It's upsetting.
Wait, we don't need to contact Albert. Like he'll come find us once he's back. Is the goof?
Yeah, but
like
we
he
ended
is
the
our
session.
contact.
We ended the session with Jeremiah being like, "Okay, guys, good luck," and then we all went to sleep. And in the morning, Owen has to go talk to the fucking people and be like, "Hey guys, here's this cool cloak I got. They said it would
that's true.
reassure you."
I mean, you have to spin that, sir.
Simon wrote
Good
like
luck.
a 5-page paper about
Bindings.
bindings.
Are you ready to read that all out?
Yeah, are you ready to share with the class?
Simon's not gonna. Simon will hand it and then just stand there.
Simon got appointed as the fucking representative here.
Oh yeah,
Simon.
that's right. He's supposed to be. Simon's
my
supposed to
God.
be representing
What if-
the summit. Jesus Christ!
What if we lie
Oh,
and say that Simon
have
is
fun
there?
with that, Nick.
It's all coming crashing down around me.
Oh, it's
Simon
all
wrote-
going
Simon-
pear-shaped.
Simon wrote like a 5-page thing. He's just gonna hand it to whoever and just like pass it along.
Okay.
$1 million of your flesh is replaced with pear.
Nick,
No.
I have one for you. What's worse, the time you sent Alex to talk to the guards at Fort Siege, or what's going to happen in about 20 minutes?
Well, that time I literally gave her a script and she went off it. So like that was pretty bad.
So comical.
guys, what do I say? Here, Alex, this is what you say. Oh, let me just ignore that.
Alex decided she wanted to
what a moment,
roleplay
Alex.
after all.
What a moment,
Robert,
Alex. I love you
but-
so much.
But Robert, what is worse?
You're a
Alex
treasure.
is,
Salt of the earth, Alex.
Oh.
keeps talking to people.
Scum of the earth? Is
Wait,
that what you meant?
wait,
said
did you just say
salt
she assaulted the earth?
She did or she didn't. Anytime Alex sits down, you could argue that it's assaulting the earth.
But
Thanks.
Robert, what's worse?
God,
I don't even know what that means.
Robert, is it worse to have Rom be the face of the party or Kate be the face of the party?
Hey,
That's pretty funny.
She
there's
sounded so
nothing wrong
offended.
with Kate.
For context, Ellie's
Nothing
character
wrong.
Kate did steal a dog from an old retired
Okay.
man.
It was
No,
a cute dog, though.
that's not what happened.
No, she flexed her writ of absolute investigation on him.
And forced him to give it to her for money.
And
I didn't
she
force
also
him.
goes.
He
He had
could've
no
said
choice.
No.
He had no
Couldn't get a
choice.
bit of absolute investigation. He
Yeah.
couldn't say no.
If he said no, he was committing crimes and would be thrown in jail or killed.
Robert, can I
He couldn't
tell
say
them
no
what we
because of the
thought last time?
implication.
I
No? Okay.
compensated him very fairly.
He
For the
loved
dog
that
you
dog.
stole.
I didn't steal it. I paid for it.
What if it was his favorite dog?
It was.
Oh,
It was.
no,
He said,
no,
like,
this
yeah.
again.
Oh,
It
Nick,
was his
that
livelihood.
dog was related to the dog we found.
Yeah, it was from the same litter as that dog you guys found.
Sad.
Small
Yeah.
world.
Every fight we've gotten in has been because of Kate.
Okay, that's not true.
That is explicitly true.
No.
That is not true.
Pebble fucked up several
And-
times, if I recall.
Yeah, but not causing a fight way.
That's funny. Anyway, I'm gonna go get my pizza and go on mobile to listen in. Start doing the recap, Finn, please. Thank you.
I always forget that William's in charge of the campaign, not me.
Hey,
You're just gonna let him boss you around like that?
I mean, I don't listen. That's the important thing. He can think he's in charge all he wants. Oh. I get a COVID vaccine and I forget how to drink water. Is there rabies in it? Checkmate, Bill Gates.
Let's all kill Bill Gates. Or marry him.
After...
Oh, he's single now, dude.
He is single now. After doing a job for Owen's father Angus at the Rat Creek Valley, you guys arrived back at Nashdween, where some extended investigation into Simon's strange book occurred. From here, things got dangerous. Simon, along with one of the investigators of this ritual, learning bit of this thing that happened. One of the observers, if you will, along with Simon, were transported to a separate plane where Simon nearly died. It was only by the help of Albert that you were able to get back there and save him. At the same time, you guys had some downish time. You had a army numbering 288 eventually arrive from the Rat Creek Valley. You did your best to train them while Albert and Rick went drinking and got into all manner of fun issues. Eventually, you had made plans to meet. Owen was called to a meeting of the kyns where representatives were going to discuss what happens next with the invasion of Virat, that has the occupation of Virat and the imminent invasion of the rest of Garland. But before that could happen, Owen was called to his father's chambers in the western wing of the Eastwind Keep. It was here that he found a dying ex-ally? Not friend? Nick, I'd let you describe it. What would you call?
I would describe. Excuse me. I would describe Clive as a backstory antagonist.
Ex-ally. Ironblade Aldous Clive dying at the feet of Angus. You were commanded, along with your group, to deal with him, as Angus did not want to hurt his pride or his garish patriotism by banishing him, but also thought he was too good to die. But he could not be able to stay, given his want to use a binding, which Angus heavily forbid to the point of nearly killing him. Adding, of course, another layer and another kerfuffle to this, you eventually headed back and you guys started to hatch a plan, discuss things, speak with Clive, meet with Albert, talk to all these people, and eventually Albert tried to leave. Or, I'm sorry, yes, Albert tried to leave with the tome. That did not work. The tome upon which Simon has learned much of his powers was gone. Or was staying and not gone. As even though Albert left, it seemed to want to. Later, you would attempt investigation and try and learn exactly what it was, as another ally, Jeremiah, one of the high-ranking members, founders, one of the more powerful mages within the Lumine Summit, came on the behalf of Albert and others to try and figure out exactly what the fuck was going on with these bindings. Very tense conversation ensued. Eventually, with the agreement that you needed to try and get the bindings, but at the same time not reveal anything about the summit, and at the same time try and convince Garland to entrust them to the summit. So, with the meeting of the kyns, not rescheduled, but a sequel set for the next morning, you guys headed off back to bed, where you spoke with Jeremiah back at the house, the McDurk residence. The McDurk temporary residence, the second semi-permanent residence of the party after the Airbnb back in Verona. But it is so that after Jeremiah left, Simon, Ishri, and Owen casting some spells on the tome, learning that something doesn't want it to leave, something wants it to stay here. You guys relented. And assuming that you had nothing else to do that night, went to bed.
Oh, well, actually, there's...
So we will pick up that night once more.
It might not be anything, but, like, Fiona was home when Jeremiah showed up, right?
She was.
So, like, after he leaves, Owen's gonna go and see if she's, like, awake.
Knocking. There's that. There's a moment
It's a soft knock. Like he's like, maybe she's asleep, and I won't have to explain anything.
She doesn't respond.
Owen will wait a few minutes, and if there's no response, then he'll head off to bed.
Okay. So with that, everyone finding their way to bed. So the page turns to another day here in Garland. It is Omen 3 Fortis. I would ask unto you all, Evie and Owen, Ishri, Rom, Walker, and Simon, as the sun rises on a slightly brisk day, the first of the year. I ask unto you all, what are you guys doing?
Did we miss New Year's? Is
No.
that not a holiday?
No, he meant the first brisk day of the year.
That's why I
my
said
bad.
brisk.
I misheard.
First brisk day of the year.
Well, Owen has somewhere to be at first light, I think they said.
And so does Evian.
And so does Simon, I guess.
For once. For
Wait,
once
have to come
in-
with?
Yeah.
You were appointed by Jeremiah as the person to speak on behalf of the summit.
That means...
Why me?
Because he literally said, it's because you're the one who understands magic the most out of all of you. By a considerably wide margin.
I'm a wizard, you're a wizard, we both know and they don't know kind of condescending way.
So I just have to explain bindings to everyone that fucking...
Yeah, that's
don't
why
know
you
what
wrote the
what did
paper.
you
I don't know if you remember.
I did write. I wrote like a 5-page paper. I don't think Ven's gonna let me use it because that's how Simon would go about this. Like, I'm not talking about this. Here's a paper.
Sorry, Gars are visual learners. You have to release a scourge.
Can you please put together a magical PowerPoint for the class?
I can do that.
Just real quick.
All right.
Binding? Bad
Oh,
binding.
I see.
So? Who's heading out? Evian's heading out? Owen's heading
Evian
out.
is
Simon?
heading
They're
out.
bringing Simon?
Yeah. If Simon's not awake, I will like grab him from his bed.
Okay.
Get a night's rest off last night, man?
Of course. Of course. It was a night and you rested. Ergo night's rest.
This changes nothing.
Walker did the classic thing where he didn't sleep all night.
William did the classic thing where he's really quiet and I can barely hear him.
Walker did the classic thing where he didn't sleep all night, so he keep his temp HP. Classic. He got a solid like 3.5 hours in at some point.
Across
Before
like
his-
2 naps.
Yeah,
Oh.
and he's back out in the morning. I guess working on, in the morning working on the significant bowl.
Oh, man.
Such a good bit.
So, guys heading off? What are you doing?
I believe we are, sir.
Simon!
Ishri,
I apologize, Ishri?
I was gonna say, Ishri sleeps in the hallway, so she wakes up when everyone else wakes up, and she will see them off, and she'll tell them to be careful. Just if your father really is bringing that binding to the meeting today, just be careful. Everyone keeps their word and doesn't try to take it from him or something. If you need backup, just let us know, and we will come.
Owen, knowing that he doesn't have that much of his most powerful magic available to him, will smile and nod. It's all going to be alright, Ishri.
Of course. But it's always good to be prepared in case, optimism doesn't work out.
Right.
Evian would nod his head in agreement with that.
I forgot the ROM communicates exclusively by clicks now.
Sorry, I forgot if I had muted myself or not, so chill out. I guess Rom would probably not wake up as soon as everybody else, or at least as soon as the earliest risers, but soon-ish.
Yeah, they've got to head out because first light's when the meeting is. We'll not be seeing them off then.
I suppose not.
As they walked off out the door, Awkward called to him. If you need anything, just send for us. I'll be around.
Owen doesn't nod his response. He's not gonna just fucking walk off without saying anything. He'll wave to Walker.
Simon, are you up and ready, or is Evian grabbing you? What's going on? Come on, guys.
We're going. We're going. Simon's up.
All right.
Simon
Are you bringing Are you bringing the tome with you?
Simon will not bring the tome and entrust it to Walker.
The what?
The tome.
The
book.
Right.
The big book.
The funny moon book.
Simon, in his writings, does not include the tome.
Okay.
But, every other thing he knows about bindings and how they work. Basically, Bindings for Dummies is the title.
Logan,
but not actually on there.
Can I, mention something?
What?
The, Arcanist would know that there is some relation between your book and the bindings. It's probably already public knowledge to the kyns since they serve the kyns.
Sorry.
Just in case that affects your, paper.
Simon would leave some things about the book, but nothing someone would not include the book in the writings. Fuck it.
This was about the bindings. It focuses on the binding.
Yeah, it's anything he knows about bindings, fucking in detail, how certain ones have fucking gone off. The Scourge of Petrica one, but he doesn't include how the book was related. Yeah.
Does it mention Nethir and all the spookiness and stuff that we learned at the Scions camp the first time we dealt with all this crap?
I'd say yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
All right. So the three of you head off, making your way before first light towards the hallowed halls of the Eastwind Keep. Once more going through that... I'm sorry?
I told, I think I asked Ranum to meet us. Can't remember if I asked him to meet us at the meeting or
The courtyard. I believe in the inner courtyard.
But Owen will keep an eye out for him. on the way there.
Evian will also keep an eye out for our friend.
Yeah, he is. Good, Logan? He is there and waiting patiently. Looks like he's been there for maybe 20 or 30 minutes. Like, he's comfortably sitting in a book right now. Just flipping pages. Every once in a while, he, like, looks up. Finally, he, as you guys are heading over, you notice him way before he notices you. But he does eventually make his way, like, oh, and gives, like, a quick nod. How are we doing? It's going to be a good one. Ready? Gives a half smile.
Oh, that is always the hope, but things did not go as I wished last night.
He gives a curt half nod and readjusts his less than regal quartermaster garb of the rider. Another nod, he stands up, folds a page in his book. He's one of those people.
I like those people.
I hate it.
Places it into a messenger bag-esque pack he has on, readjusts his cloak, and follows behind you.
Were you saying something, Mitchell? Did I?
Nope. I was not. I mean, I was starting to, but I've already forgotten it because I have the memory of a squirrel, so we're good.
Oh, my bad, dude.
You're good.
So, you guys make your way through the same song and dance. You are inspected, given approval, head down the hallway that is behind the main hall's, air quotes, throne. And you make your way into the summit-esque meeting room. There are considerably less people here this time. Like, each person's only got maybe, at most, half a dozen people with them.
Even Angus?
Angus, it is just him, one person in armor behind him, and his wife. Most of these people look half asleep. Like, this is the equivalent of, you know, you work late on a project and then the boss goes, all right, early meeting tomorrow. Everyone's coming in an hour early. That's what this is right now. And no one is fucking... except for the prime ferryman of Zanastra, Damaso Runecki, who is up and currently talking, like, he's going around talking to everyone.
Should have brought the tea. Son of a bitch.
Teeth?
Yeah, morning tea for everybody.
Oh, right.
After a moment, you find seats similar to where you were last time.
I think since there's less people, Owen will like motion for his boys to sit closer to the front.
Yeah.
As Simon comes in, there is a pause. You're not of Garland, are you?
Simon will shake his head no.
And you're to bear witness?
Yeah, I have a few things to say, I guess.
A bit of curiosity. Looks back to Owen.
Simon knows more about the bindings than any of us. You will want to hear what he has to say.
There's a momentary bit of curiosity at the end of the hall as this Kin Nashgalda guard just kind of considers, and then after a moment, and you're vouching, even without being a dedicated witness.
I will vouch for him, yes.
There's a cursory moment, and then just a nod. All right, one. And you guys go and sit down. There is... No one's really talking. Outside of the Prime Ferryman of Zanastra, Runeki, they are, for the most part, again, sitting around very half-tired. You can see the air voice of Arn Shade is currently... seems to be nursing a bottle of whiskey.
He's got the
boy.
wait, is it like garish coffee, but instead of coffee spiked with whiskey, it's just whiskey?
That's what it
Whiskey spiked
seems
with coffee.
like. Evian, you would already know early mornings and meetings that
Yeah,
ain't
that's
the
enough to
game for
kill
the
a
fucking
man.
Arkmorta Isles.
No, sir.
Like, early morning workouts? Yeah, maybe. Late night workouts? Yeah, definitely. Late night drills? Yeah. Early mornings? No. Like, sunrise
you
is when you're
probably
setting
noticed.
off, like getting started, not when you're sitting in a goddamn meeting.
Oh, and you would probably notice that Evian is kind of eyeing his whiskey enviously. It's like, that was a good idea. I should have brought some.
Damn, if we had more rapport, we could. You could just be. You could do that thing where you like make eye contact and then you like hand signal a cup and then hand signal drinking and then point at him.
Wait,
Was
do I have
the-
alcohol on me?
Was the you probably have to have that bottle if you brought it.
I do have alcohol. I have a bottle of strong question mark alcohol. Interesting.
From where?
I don't know. I didn't write that.
You
part
didn't
down.
note that. You need to do that, Mitchell.
Isn't
I can't remember where a bottle of strong question mark alcohol is from.
isn't the orange shade person a girl?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
So, after a moment, Damaso Runeki comes over to you and just... And how today are we doing, Lord McDurk? And brought a new witness.
Not so much a witness as someone who is better equipped to answer the kin's questions on the bindings.
Well, in that case, and he turns around and just like claps, just like really loudly. It echoes a little bit in the chamber, not as much as you would expect, but it does echo, and everyone just kind of looks up. With everyone arrived, we're now ready to get started. The floor is open for the guest brought by Owen McDurk. He holds a hand out to Simon.
Simon looking nervous around to Owen and Evian, almost pleading for help. Simon,
Noted public speakers Owen and Evian.
Owen will. Hey, Owen's
worse
pretty
than
good at
them. What the fuck?
Owen will give Simon his like most encouraging smile.
I
got
so,
this, bro.
so Simon does have like really bad charisma, but let's,
Oh, who could have guessed?
Evian
Simon
gives
will
him a
stand
thumbs up.
Simon will stand up. Who's the leader of the room?
I
Like-
mean, again, it's a circular pseudo amphitheater. There's not really a leader. You are just kind of in the center of it now, with the with representatives from all of the kids watching you, along with some of their most trusted advisors.
I'd imagine that he's just
Oh.
he starts talking while spinning in a slow circle.
Simon stands up, clears his throat, reaches down to grab the book he made. I wrote everything down in this book, and he passes it to the person closest to him.
Who are you passing it to? I need to know this.
And not even or Owen, just whoever it is to my right. Like,
so you stand up to your right would have been either like the kin directly next to you would be the representatives from Kintaran, so it would have been either Angus or Fiona.
You're giving it to Owen's mom.
Hands it to Fiona. Yep. And gives it to Owen. He knows Owen's mom. Gives it to Owen's mom, and he'll sit down.
What is this? Everything is in it, but what exactly are you in the? Please, do not sit down. You have explanations about this.
All my explanations should be in there. Scratches his head.
There's a curious glance as the Prime Ferryman turns to Owen with a bit of curiosity, a bit of not worry, but definitely like you're falling short of the expectations that he got when he reconvened the meeting for a later date.
You have questions? No? Ask them.
You said that there are people trusted, correct?
Aye.
Motions for you to continue, and then like motions to Simon to continue. What do we know about them? What can we learn? We need to trust these people. If you trust them, then we need to trust them because we cannot trust secondhand. You should know that.
Owen kind of lets out a heavy sigh, and he looks down, shakes his head a little bit, and then looks back to the speaker, and he says, we met with their leader last night. He was less than pleased that I had spoken of his group to the kyns.
You can feel the emotional eye roll from the room at large as you say that.
At me or at
the
him?
ID at less than enthused about speaking about him.
He was hesitant to agree to our plan, and he made us very little in the way of promises. But he said that our arcanists could tell that he was real, that his power and his people's power were real with this. And Owen will produce the... he's probably got it like folded nicely, but he will produce the cloak.
There's a curious moment as he looks at it. You get that very familiar look that you're used to, Owen, of people in power who recognize magic thing but don't understand magic. Of like, oh fuck. Turns to one of the guards at the exit. Go get the arcana. We're going to need it.
Simon will you don't need to do that, and he'll start casting identify.
Simon, it will probably be best if they have one of their own cast it.
Now, Simon, what exactly did you write? I need like the cliff notes of what is written in the dissertation on bindings. Simon?
Sorry, I said I'll PM you while the scene can carry on.
No, this is something I need to...
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. This is about how Fiona responds to what's written in it.
Oh, is she fucking skimming it right now?
He handed it to her!
That's amazing.
It's gonna be fucking about... Man, I was expecting to be put on the spot this soon. Man. So it's about what's it called? The Scourge of Petrica. It's a lot about that because that's the one that Simon knows the most about. and how like that, and also the candle one as well. I'm very bad explaining things. Love to hear it. Wasn't the fish people also another scourge?
Yes, it
Type of
was.
thing. Yeah, who include that one too would be in there.
Does he talk about like, you know, how there's like we know there's supposed to be like 12 and
Yeah,
they have varying
yeah,
degrees
yeah.
of magnitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go over like literally everything he would know because Simon's knowledge is more than mine about bindings, about like how many there are, like how powerful they could be, how you shouldn't use them at all, yada yada yada.
Do we, as a group, believe that the prophecies we learned about in with Ilmarian are like related to the bindings, and like how he said something about like the coming, or the prophecy said something about like the coming of fire or something like that, like is probably related to the, you know, what will happen if all the bindings get broken? Have we had that discussion or not?
I think the assumption is that it's associated, but we've not really, you know,
talked about it.
Established how connected it really is.
Well, I mean, I don't think we as characters have any way of knowing.
Yeah,
for sure. But you know, Simon could include like, you know, we learned about this Nethier character, and you know all the, I don't know, lore associated with that. I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I don't know what else to say besides it's literally everything that he knows about bindings. Nothing about the tome, about his tome.
That's probably most of the extra stuff that they wouldn't know.
He could talk about how, and this would be Logan's choice as to whether Simon would include this, but like he could talk about how, you know, we thought at first that there was no way to know what would happen when you used or broke a binding, but we believe that Lenore has a way to figure it out.
Oh, Simon would definitely put that in. Yeah. Especially Lenore having like
that. At that point, there's like a Fiona just like pauses for a moment. She like flips back, flips forward, flips back in. Just know how anything about how they're able to do that.
Then I'm pretty sure I don't know how, but do I know how? Pretty sure it wasn't talked
That
about.
was something you were kept very in the dark about.
Yeah, exactly.
Powerful mages, something.
I mean, most likely. Simon looks to Owen, isn't like, should I tell her about me?
About who?
About like the whole Soul Strider situation with me. Is that relevant?
Oh, damn.
How he's kind of close to like one of the people. I don't know. So someone would just shrug and be like, most likely. I mean, they have a strong presence of mages. They're hard at work. I've seen some of their work.
I think like throughout, like, you know, this conversation, like Owen was like when Simon got up to speak, he sat down, but I think like, you know, as the kind of, I guess, awkwardness of the whole thing unfolds, Owen will get up and he'll go and kind of stand like supportively, like kind of behind and to the side of Simon, so like he knows that Owen's there like with him.
There is a momentary like, you can see Fiona like skimming back and forth across a couple of passages as you're talking, and eventually, do we know anything about how they find them? About how have they been amassing them for a while? Have they been found in a relatively short time. There's something they're doing. Do you know anything about that?
Sam will shake his head. I wouldn't have the answer for that.
That sounds like kind of a leading question to me, man.
What?
Oh, thankfully we're not in a court of law.
Because, like, we know... Do we meta know that the book is the key, or do we in character know that? I forget.
I don't know your notes.
I don't
Yeah,
fucking know. I'm pretty sure.
Simon's not gonna fucking say that the book that he owns is the key, because he'll let Owen fucking say that or like mention it.
Black Book was owned by another guy who died, and you were able to get their fucking hands on a binding because of it.
No, but like that was the the conversation we're talking about is the one we had with Simon's teacher, the High Seer, and I'm reasonably certain, I can go look back at my notes, but I'm pretty sure he straight up said the book is important and Simon, you're the guy, so that's why I gave it to you.
Something along those lines. The relevant to what Fiona asked is that we were told a story about how another person in Simon's position was given the book, went off the fucking grid with it, and eventually turned back up dead with a binding in his hand and the book.
Not just dead, having killed himself.
Yes, having killed himself.
So the question
the
for
implication
this
is
particular
the book could
conversation,
probably used.
the question for this particular conversation is whether or not Simon includes that information in his report.
Quite. It'd be prudent, but that would throw some very less than ideal attention towards the young man.
Or that's why Simon would not include it, unless he'll speak about it if Owen kind of nudges him towards that direction. But
you could
Simon
just
would
tell a
definitely
vague
not
story
include
of how you were told of how a man was given an item. He went off the grid, was unable to be found, eventually turned up, having killed himself with that item and the binding. Or maybe not even mention the item. I guess the item's kind of important.
It's just what I'm saying, the item of the book. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, unless Simon looks like incredibly uncomfortable, Owen will do what William said and, try and give a vague explanation so as not to implicate his friend.
As you get done, there's another momentary bit of consideration. You hear light chatter discussing things throughout the theater. Fiona flips through the last page, passes it on to the vice commander of the Riderns, and those of you with more keen hearing would begin to hear her whispering the cliff notes of it or a summary towards Angus. At this point, the prime ferryman who seems to be conducting this meeting turns to you and just, so what exactly are we expecting to happen next with these bindings? We get them, hope that they're not triggered, and entrust them to you. Is that correct?
We will be passing them along if we can acquire them to these people. And I am sorry. Kind of just pauses and just like he like looks up at the ceiling and just pinches the bridge of his nose. We have been asked to not tell you who they are, but he said that the cloak would put some of your, he said that it would prove his power.
It is a reasonable request from people so powerful to not wish to not fault them of that. Were this any other situation, I would respect it. But given that we have to put trust in them, we must do it with a level of expectation that they can be trusted. You know that you can trust them.
I know that they have, as I said last night, they have had ample opportunity to betray us leave us to the wolves. And they have not.
And what have you given them? What is it that what is your side of this? What have you given them?
We would have helped to them in acquiring one of the bindings, though we did not know it at the time.
Then why would they betray you? If their goal is to use the bindings at all, good for evil, for war, for safekeeping, whatever the reason, if you're helping them without them betraying you, why would they?
An excellent question, I suppose, but
That is where the question of trust comes in. How do we know that they're going to keep them locked away? How do we know that they won't be used? How do we know that these people can be trusted, that they won't be invaded the next day by another force that then takes them?
I suppose that is why they are so keen on secrecy.
I said if
Unless-
this were any other situation that did not involve the lives of so many and the trust of so much, I would have no problem with accepting that as a good enough reason. As it stands, at this point, the Arcanist quickly comes in and he looks once more at the cloak that you handed him, and he flips it over like twice, like when you're like looking at a shirt to see if you want to try it on. He like does it like twice and he hands it to her and go quickly. Need information about this. Confirmation. She just gives a hey, nope, and quickly heads out of the room again.
There are several among our number who have had much more contact than I have. But they will not swear an oath of fealty to Garland. They would be willing to speak if you would listen.
He pauses for a moment. He looks to everyone else as the short report continues to make simple rounds. You can see people like asking questions of others, trying to understand it. And what of, at this point, he turns toward Angus. What of this binding that we already have possession? Do they know?
Aye. And the man all but demanded that I hand it over to him or help him get it, with or without the kyn's consent. We talked him down.
There's a very terse moment, like things get slightly tense and Angus just like he starts to stand up, and as he does, he then just straightens his back, sits back down a little bit closer to the edge of his seat. What exactly would you do? Give it up to them now? Prove that you trust them? Were it your option, boy, would you give it to them now? Do you trust them now?
He made his demands, Father. And I told him that you and my mother, on motions to Fiona, you have... His concern was that the temptation to use it would grow and would grow till you did.
Well, whatever the case may be, so long as I draw breath, no binding will be used in this country for any reason. No matter how much the temptation grows. Is that not enough? He turns to everyone else. Is that not enough that we can trust our own kin? That we can expect them to be the ones who hold on to these bindings. And if you do not, then trust in me. I have no intention of seeing these hellacious attacks upended on my own people.
You are but one man, Father. A great man, there is no doubt. But as my friend Simon then on motions to Simon has no doubt included in his report, these things, they are beyond the powers of people.
Neki steps up and... What exactly does that... What does that mean? They're beyond... How... Are they so powerful that they can bog your mind the same way magic? Is it more abstract? I wouldn't understand what it is that we are getting ourselves into just by sitting here in this city.
Owen's gonna motion to Simon.
And all eyes in the chamber turn to Simon.
I hate you guys so much.
You're so welcome, Logan. You are so welcome.
Listen, I'm putting myself in this situation, and you're making me like fucking anxious.
It's bad as when Alex was forced to introduce a fucking affair.
That was kind of funny.
Don't bring that back up, please.
Can I get a clip of that later, then? Thanks.
Sure.
Christ.
I may.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure I put in the book, but they almost want to be used. The bindings.
How does that work? How can they want to be used? They're things. They're not a bottle of ale. They're not a person. How can they want?
Magic is a strange thing.
He turns to Angus. And Angus gives this just condescending chuff. Stupidity. And weak men. There's no magic at play. Stupidity and weak men who want to take shortcuts rather than win a war proper. If that is all it takes to break binding, then we keep it away from weak men. Sooner entrust it to the boy here and people we do not know.
It's not a question of stupidity or weakness.
We have possession of it, and not once have I ever thought, even for the briefest of moments, that it is worth using.
And what happens, Father, when we are gone? Where then will they be kept?
He narrows his eyes a bit. He considers for a second, and as he starts to speak, like, he begins, as his body begins to, he draws in breath, and then the Prime Ferryman, right, so now that Angus has done barrel chesting and acting like an impulsive ape, thank you, young lord, for your good point. Do have a larger issue here of long-term safety of the country. So, if we are to trust these people, we need to trust these people. You trust them. You trust them without bail. Young Lord? Right?
God damn it, man. I have had my faith tested many times over the past few years. I thought that perhaps last night it would be proved to be misplaced in these people. I have no doubt that if this man that we spoke to had wanted to take the binding that my father possesses, he could have done so. But he chose not to.
There's
So
another
that is-
scoff, as you mentioned. He could have done so.
So if that is not... Owen just ignores the scoff, by the way. If that is not reason enough to trust in their goodwill, good intentions, I don't know what else is. For my part, I think it is better to get these things as far away from our people as we can, so that they can never be used, even after we are gone.
I spoke at length. Prime Ferryman stands a bit straighter with the air voice, some of her people, and my own arcanist in the interim between the meetings. And an option presented itself. Could we not load a ship with these bindings, take it far, far out to sea, somewhere out in Ohm's domain, far away from anything else, drop them, and then wipe the memories of these sailors so that they never know they took them out there in the first place?
Thinking back to a conversation that Owen and Walker had with Simon about powerful magical artifacts being tossed into the sea, Owen will again motion to Simon.
Simon looks scared as they're saying this. Like, that's not the best idea.
Why? They would be safe. No one would know where they are.
I mean, how are you for sure? Couldn't a strong mage track them? Watch you go out on sea and just grab them from the bottom of the ocean?
There's a momentary... The depths with which magic have made this complicated seem to grow on every moment.
The only way to properly get rid of them is to somehow diffuse them.
He gives, like, a very, like, knowing but defeatist nod.
I don't know the details myself, but I am told, and Simon, Owen motions to Simon, kind of like he told me kind of motion. Enchantments can be undone.
Simon nods. I'm sure these could be undone as well. I'd rather not risk throwing them off and being found years later for your children or your children's children to find them.
I
Have
understand.
the same issue we're having now. These people are the only people I can trust. And they seem capable of doing so. Of learning about these and being able to diffuse them.
Understandable. It's frustrating. So much rides on trust here. And we're balancing on the edge of a knife as it stands.
It is a large ask, but oftentimes I have told my companions that they must have faith in something. I choose to put my faith in these people.
If I am not mistaken, young lord, you also choose to put your faith in a very powerful thing that rewards you.
Owen cocks an eyebrow quizzically.
I have asked around about it, and it is not as if it is unknown what happened. Why you are the way you are. So, the question remains, and Tommaso begins pacing a bit. What do we do now with the binding we currently have?
I'm sorry, did he just throw some shade at me and then immediately move on to some more
He
pressing
did.
questions?
It didn't come off as a little bit of shade, a little bit of...
Who was it?
The bigger intonation was your faith is immediately rewarded and recognized rather than being just faith.
Oh, well, maybe you should take some cleric levels, dick.
So then, as I said, the question up, what do we do with the one that is...
Well, I had hoped that he would agree to my plan. Help us take the 2 bindings that the Red Band have, and in exchange we would willingly give up the one that is in my father's possession. And as I have said, he wished to take possession of it immediately.
As far as I am concerned, and he looks for a very quiet moment to each of the other representatives, who all give nods. Angus is taking the longest. It is no longer in your father's possession. Though he has it, this concerns much more than your family or your kin. This is now the concern of every single citizen of this city and possibly this country. So, at that point, it is no longer just the choice of your father on whether or not it is given up.
I am sure he would take it. That is the will of kyns.
There's a pause. I suppose now would be a good time to decide on the will of the kyns of Garland. And they all just stand up. What say you, Air Voice of the Unshade? Would we give up this binding? That is nothing but a plagued danger that sits atop our minds and worries? And she just gives a aye. Beauregard Novans, patriarch of the first family of Arangalda, we give this up. Nay. Hearttender? Aye, and I don't want that thing anywhere near my people or any of our people. For again, don't want any of these bindings. If they want to go and break these somewhere else, even that is better than watching our people die. Even if it's buying us years, even if it's buying us months, it's worth getting rid of. Vice Commander? I cannot be trusted. Need more information. Lord Patriarch McDurk? You know I'm not giving this up. Not like this. There are times, there are places, there are people we trust, and this is not. Well, I'm in the I camp, and that's 4-2. And last I checked, that's a majority. Now go fucking get it. And Angus just stands up and looks down at Tommaso Runecki. There's a tense moment as they just stare at each other. Runecki not backing down for even a moment. Well, what the fuck are you waiting for, big man? Go get it, or do you need your wife to carry you? After another 5 seconds or so, he walks off.
Oh my god.
How does like Owen watches this whole exchange, and when Angus turns to leave, he looks to Fiona to see like if she has a reaction.
It is an insight check.
An insight check, you say?
An insight check, I think.
It's pretty big, dude.
There is definitely worry and guilt, though she does a very good job hiding it. Like, yeah, that's about it.
Interesting. I mean, I'm surprised they fucking pulled the trigger before the guys even came back with the cloak.
At this point, as he leaves, Ferryman turns to you. Assuming that the Arcanist here, the good Arcanist, will be able to tell us that everything is trustworthy, then I think that what we are going to do is a show of good faith. I will personally, along with any of these other representatives, hand this binding off to someone within these... I apologize, they wouldn't know the names. I apologize. To someone within these people that you trust. If that is acceptable, then give us pauses as I check the calendar. We can do the handoff in 1 week, if that is amicable to them.
What of it in the meantime?
If you wish the handoff to be sooner, that is acceptable as well. I am only trying to give you a hard date, that way things can be planned, because plans are normally the best way to trust things. When you fly by the seat of your pants, you are on your way to things falling apart and the seams getting torn.
My only concern is that, as I and my friend Simon have said, these things they want to be used. This artifact is of great power.
I have heard.
Did they tell you what it does?
And everything that has been spoken of, powerful healing magic. That about right?
How much did I tell this guy?
Oh my god.
It has... I don't know myself. But it has been said that it has the power to bring back the dead. The temptation, I'm sure you will agree, is too great to be trifled with.
He just gives a cursory nod, and after a moment stands himself straight up. And are there any other orders that need to be discussed? Are there any other orders that need to be discussed before the time comes that we will see this adjourned?
Aye, there
Very
is
good.
one.
Lord is yours, young lord.
Owen kind of nudges Simon and like points with his chin towards where the others are sitting. Like, you know, you can sit down now, bud.
Simon sighs in relief and sits down.
Fuck off, Simon. Oh my.
Logan, I didn't know how to say that without being like, you should leave. But I think Owen knows that Simon wants to sit down, so it's not like him being a douche.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay. Owen will clear his throat and he'll motion to Ranum, and then he'll address the heart tender and he'll say, recently I have visited the Rat Creek Valley, and recently they have dispatched warriors to help us in our cause. There was a price for doing so. They wish to secede from the kyns. From what they have told me, and Owen kind of like, he just lets his gaze bore into the heart tender. It has been a long time since they have been part of kyns for a while now, anyway.
The heart tender steps forward. This will require quite a bit of discussion beyond the scope of this specific summit, especially amongst any of the other leaders of the Nashgalda. Are they wish to secede as their own kin or out of Garland?
They do not wish to be part of Garland anymore after the treatment that they have suffered.
He turns behind you, looking just over your shoulder towards Ranum. Then, as soon as this invasion has been repelled, as soon as we are in a state of peace once more, we will discuss the wants and needs of the Rat Creek. But as it stands, we cannot afford to spend time on that. He looks between Ranum and you, Owen. Is that an acceptable option for now?
What of the 300 odd warriors who have pledged their swords to this cause?
They are appreciated. They are Garish men and women who are appreciated for their willingness to fight.
And if their willingness to fight is met with more of the neglect and hostility that I have come to know Kin Nashgalda shows the people of the valley, what then? Did you have them die for nothing?
I will see to it that something comes of it. This will not be a status quo. There will be benefits in this for the Rat Creek Valley. Though as of what yet, I cannot. This is a large decision that will require time. If there is more that you would suggest for right now, not believe I have the manpower or the resources to devote to any sort of assistance within the valley. Just as we do not have the manpower or assistance to devote towards the evacuation of Hatherton, which is as much of a problem right now as it ever has been.
That is what they were promised. I was told that it could be done.
And in all likelihood it can. As for how long it takes, it is not something I can look into during wartime.
I had hoped to give them more reassurances than that, Hearttender, but
Cold time comes. A show of good faith. And resources, but they need something to help. At least for the next couple of seasons. Get them through the harshest part of it. That is something that we can do.
Owen nods. And he makes to turn away. And then he turns back and he says, I know there are more pressing concerns, Hearttender, but please don't make a liar out of me.
The independence of every man born on this soil. One of the most important things. Devoted my life to. And if there are men who do not feel they are independent, or feel they should be more independent, that is something I take very, very seriously, young Lord McDurk.
That makes two of us.
We'll find something long-term for them. They've answered the call, same as anyone. They deserve the same respect as anyone. I will do what I can to assist them as the cold arrives. Next couple of seasons will be rough for everyone with the war coming. But we will help them get through it the same as anyone. And then once the invaders have been repelled, I no longer have to manage the populations of 2 kyns in one city. I will assist with the Rat Creek. But alright.
Very well.
Gives a nod. Are there any other matters of concern or disgust that need to be brought about at this time? The Prime Ferryman immediately. Well, there is one thing that we have not really discussed at length, and that is going to be the continued construction of a stronger navy, and for the sake of narrative ease, this goes on for a while as they discuss how much resources can be devoted, how much manpower, how much resources can be devoted towards the Kyns and Nostra coast for the construction of additional naval support.
Does Big Man McDurk ever come back?
I will get to that.
Okay.
This happens for like 20, 30, 40 minutes. Finally.
Does Owen have any zingers for it?
I think Owen's content to listen. You know, once his issues are you know, dealt with. He doesn't fucking know anything about shipbuilding and, you know, naval crap, so he probably goes back and sits with Evian and Simon.
Did Evian have any zingers?
The gist of what you get is that anyone with any capacity of shipbuilding experience will be able to get double pay heading towards the Medeus Karin coast.
Oh shit.
Half of it will be coming from Nostra. The other half will be essentially coming from a countrywide treasury, which is mostly barren at this point, but they will essentially be willing to go in debt, probably to, you know, in all likelihood, it will be towards the Dragonheart Alliance, who they'll have to borrow money from to pay for this. Beyond that, there is the expectation of manpower, like being able to just move things. And lots of it's like, all right, I can spare 300 men for this long. Well, I need 400. Well, how about 320? Like, there's a lot of number negotiation going on, which eventually fell to, well, what if we as a country can pay all of these shipwrights more to encourage them to go work for kyns and Astra and the continued assistance and building up of a secondary navy beyond the Ironshade.
Zashin's the bottom left one, right?
Yes.
Thought so, thank you.
And this goes on and on and on, and and this is...
Man,
it is a case of like... I'm sorry?
I said, man, I wish Quentin was here. He would fucking eat this shit up.
There's definitely a case for... Like, you genuinely can't picture this meeting differently. Like, if Angus was here, you have no idea how he would do this. These aren't the kind of meetings that happen in Kintaran at all.
Oh, there's no drinking and no fighting. What is this?
Even beyond that, like, such small numbers. Normally, it's like, he says something, that's the law. Maybe Fiona will fix it or change it later. But Fiona is discussing as well. She's very much in the... I mean, with how many men, if the reports are accurate, we can send another 100 by season's end, but I'm not sure that we'll have the ships to get them over there once they are there, so you're going to need additional ferries, so those are going to need to be built for, like, lots of stuff like that. Discussing, all right, we need to build additional ferries so we can get people to the capital of Garrock. But there's not a lot of things on Garrock that, like, Garrock doesn't have massive forests, so then it becomes, well, where are we going? We're going to need to find to set up a dry dock to build. So then it's discussions of where on the cliffs of Zine are we going to build a dry dock? We can't do it too far. It'll be dangerous for letting ships go. Is Borok too far from the forests? Probably. And eventually they settle essentially for using a halfway point between the forests of the southern Medeus Karin coast and New Verona. On the eastern portion of Andori's point. And like I said, this goes on for 30, 40 minutes. I imagine to those of you who don't care, such as Simon, I suppose probably would not care about this that much. It feels like days.
Would it be abnormal for, like, Simon to just fucking leave? Like
Probably. Like, no one else is leaving now. Like, you're in the... Like, everyone is here as some level of witness, presumably till it ends.
Rip. Sorry. Sorry, bud.
Smile.
Beyond that, after maybe 30 or 40 minutes, the Arcanist comes back, speaks very quickly, gives confirmation. Yes, this passed between many people during the War of Red and White, actually. Started on someone known as the Red Witch, but was not. Eventually made its way to something called a Stildar Mean, and to the White Witch herself. So yes, there is definitely a lot of history to this cloak. It is definitely was in the possession of White Witch. There's another quiet nod as she hands it back to you and... Right, so with that, I think we're in fairly good shape. At least in regards to who these people are. She looks a moment and just... I don't think there's a lot more I should be eavesdropping here on, so... Gives like a half goodbye and quickly heads out. After a moment...
Owen takes the cloak back and like kind of like looks around at everybody and he sort of shrugs and says, I confess I don't know much about any of that, but I have heard of this White Witch.
I think most people have it in some capacity, after all. Brought about the Isamar, as they're called. Or death or something. There's a cursory moment and just... They have that. There must be a connection, perhaps... They have Andrian? Because... That could... There's another pause. You mentioned support from the Dragonheart Alliance. Looking into a possible invasion, was it?
Aye.
So if they are to do that, would there be an issue with us allying ourselves with Evandria? Some way?
Owen just gives a big shrug. I don't pretend to know the politics of other nations.
Either way. With this, we have confirmation. We are willing to give up this binding to the people that you trust. On the condition that they meet us, or at least any of us that wish to be here for the meeting to occur.
I will convey your message.
Oh, if there's nothing else, young lord. Do not wish to keep any more of your time when you have presumably much more to do, given how active you have been since your surprising and very out there return.
As I have said, they will not. They will swear no oaths of loyalty to Garland, but if you wish to meet my companions, who we are placing our trust in, you have but to ask.
Well, you're staying at the McDuck residence, are you not?
Aye. Though...
Come by and I will meet them myself. But either way, I am going to need to meet someone from these people to actually come and get this. That is the offer. You give this up? Show of good faith. One of them. One of these people. That you cannot tell me anything about.
I wish that it were not so, but he made his...
As I said, it is very understandable.
Aye.
But if that is all, young...
Is there something I'm forgetting? Like... Anybody want to chime in here?
Who's that talking?
Still the Prime Ferryman.
You're talkative.
He is essentially heading this after he's the one who broke the one last night.
I mean, it seems like I'm forgetting something. Talked about the Rat Creek Valley.
Fourth thing I mentioned?
I just, like, it doesn't... Like, what are they gonna give us, right? Like, Rom has a magic sword, so she doesn't need anything. Owen has a magic sword, so he doesn't need anything. Ishri is like, I don't understand the purpose of such a question. Like,
Does everyone have fucking as good possible armor as we could? Like, there are small mundanities that could be like provided. All I'm saying is, it might be something worth mentioning that if we're to do this, what help can we expect from you? You know.
hey guys, I know you're like, putting all your trust in us on basically Owen's word, but like, yo, can we get some plate armor? That's what you want me to ask?
Listen, it's a fucking idea. I literally phrased it how you could phrase it, but you can just ignore me. That's fine.
I mean, I don't know. It feels weird to me
to ask for something so personal in the middle of a countrywide meeting.
Yeah, I don't think Owen has anything else to say unless there's, again, something I'm forgetting. So he will incline his head to the various representatives and motion to the lads to take our leave.
And as you start to head out, the conversation within continues, and they begin discussing numbers of troops, troop movements, things like that.
Angus doesn't return.
He has not yet returned.
Damn. Probably should have stayed for that.
You could?
Like at the top of the stairs, Owen will turn back and then he'll fuck. God damn it. He'll fucking god damn it. He'll see the boys. He'll see the boys out, and then at the top he'll say to them, he'll say, "I wish to see my father hand over the binding, so I'm going to stay for a little while."
Would you mind if I stayed?
I suppose not.
Just in case you find yourself in a pickle.
I just nods. And he just fucking turns around and goes back in the room.
And goes back to.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a momentary pause as you go to sit down, but no one really says anything. They just kind of acknowledge you and then continue to talk.
Oh yeah, get fucked. I'm allowed to be here.
We were just
sit in his big chair.
We were just
Become the
walking out
Mac
our son.
Sit in his big chair, Nick. Power play.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I would like to.
There are no chairs, it's just benches,
sit
remember?
in his wife's lap. Power play.
Sit in your mom's lap, that's it.
I'm the Evian.
Oh. Oh.
I'm not gonna do that to Owen's mom.
She would probably suplex him.
Give him the good. Give him the
better
good.
if she Hurricane Ron at him.
Kintaran suplex.
Oh.
You can tell it's a Kintaran suplex because their kilts flip up when they do it.
Hey, what the fuck was the one thing? Derek Ryder or something? Tyler Driver. Don't worry about it. Let's continue.
We're really far from my head.
I was trying to think of like
German name?
Oh!
I was trying to think of like a good Kintaran name or something.
Anyway. The Owen Driver, a good Taran name.
There it is.
Anyway, so after another 10 minutes or so, your father arrives back carrying a large rucksack behind him. On anyone else, it would look almost comical. On him, it just looks like a big backpack. And he opens it and clears out a couple of cloths and pulls out a staff. Simple. There is not a lot to it. It has silvered markings. Like, it may be silver, it may be silver plated. You can't say for sure. It's a little scuffed. There is a bit of, like, just a tinge of arcane markings throughout, with the top having a simple bit of like an extra banding bit of what looks like also silver or maybe platinum on the top. Other than that, it's just a simple silvered like 5.5 foot long stick. He puts it down in the middle, steps back. Brought it. When will it be taken? And what do we do with it now? That is a very good question. Young Lord McDurk, what would you suggest? For as long as it takes for your allies to arrive.
I have yet to send them a message. Hopefully I will know when they will be able to retrieve it within the hour.
There's a lot of surprise at that. But expecting them same day?
I mentioned to them that I told the kyns of their involvement, and as I said, their leader showed up on our doorstep the same night. They do not take these things lightly, nor should they.
In that case, would you be alright waiting here for a little while so that we may all take a much needed recess, young lord?
As you wish.
Preside over this binding till once we return.
Shit.
God damn it, we should have kept Simon.
Shit!
And then we take a
Evian runs
break out of
Evian-
character too.
Evian runs out to go get Simon. I'm going to get Simon.
Alright,
Not a
you
word.
run to go get Simon, and
Oh, don't leave Owen
that
in the room
leaves
with the binding!
Owen alone in the room with the binding. Oh.
Don't worry.
Oh,
Owen
I'm
just used
so
finding how
looking
he's gonna
forward
get
to
right
failing
now.
that wisdom save.
Nick, which brother's coming back?
No!
No, bring the big man. Bring the big ancient man. That'll be so much cooler.
I guess. Would Evian
The
be?
big ancient man.
Never mind.
Bring him back.
Alistair McDurk, the big ancient man.
On second thought, I feel like Evian is wise enough to not leave someone alone with this.
Oh.
So I will not.
You could
run to get
have
Simon.
someone go get Simon. That's an option.
I'm wise, but not that wise.
Okay.
What?
I
What?
feel like that requires less wisdom than thinking to stay with Owen.
So as
Clearly, the
Listen,
solution is just to have someone
this
stay
is-
with Owen in your place.
This is a multiple choice
Have
question,
go
and I
talk
can
to
only
the,
choose one answer. All right.
go talk to the fucking.
I'm sorry,
what's
I
it?
used my allotted 3 brain cells for the day. I
Hang on,
cannot use
Go
more.
That's
talk
it.
to
They're
the.
spent, man.
Go talk to
That's
the
it.
air voice. Go talk to the air voice and ask her to chill out with Owen for a bit until you get back.
Go to Angus.
She'll
and
get
be
it. You're a
like,
fucking sailor for her. She'll
I
do
talked
it.
to Angus. I'm like, hey, could you go get Simon?
Have his mom hang out with him until you get back.
so
You're still looking a little lonely. You might just.
Evie and Owen in the middle of this meeting room, this theater, this I've used a million words to describe it and I don't know which one I like best. Small amphitheater. You are now alone. All of the guards have left. It is you two alone with a binding. What?
The guards left too?
Yes.
Oh.
They asked Owen to watch over it. Owen is being expected to watch over it.
You just have a binding, Nick. You just got the binding.
okay,
Wait,
here's-
just call him right now and say, I got the binding. Get over here.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think Owen is he he just dragged Simon here to talk about the bindings, and the fucking Jeremiah bitched for like an hour over we gotta research it, man. We gotta do it. So Owen's gonna he's gonna look at the binding, and Evian can see he turns a few shades paler. Owen looks at Evian like, oh fuck, and then he's gonna hurry up the stairs, poke his head out the door, and see if there's a guard standing outside.
There are about 40.
Oh boy.
There are about 2 from each kin immediately, and then just below the throne at the edge of the steps, there are about 30 more.
Simon has fireball, right?
There is a lot of, no one is getting in here while the kin leaders are gone.
Do I get the impression that if I asked one of them to fetch one of my companions...
You don't need an insight check to know they have orders. The orders are no one is moving from where they are.
Oh well, okay. Never mind then. Owen just does the thing where he pokes his head out, and then he just slowly backs away and
Just shout,
eases the door closed.
Just shout, Walker will hear you.
Ugh. From the
Just
innermost
thaumaturgy.
sanctum of the Eastwind Keep, Walker will hear ya.
Just use thaumaturgy. Easy.
Can I inspect this thing without touching it? Can I just, I don't know, look at it?
Yeah, I mean, it is, as I described. I mean, give me a perception check.
Owen's gonna rejoin Evian down. And,
you come down and you see Evian, getting close, looking at it. I imagine, his hands are behind his back.
Yeah, his hands are behind his back, he's leaning over,
After maybe...
He's got a spectacle on, you don't know where he got it.
Guy's fucking Sherlock hat.
Like a jeweler's Yule or whatever the fuck it's called.
Spectacle. It's just his fucking fingers in a circle.
Oh. Damn!
Thanks, Alex.
It is proper silver. The staff is made of silver.
This would have been good for Liliana.
Christ! Oh my god! Poor fucking hearts.
I mean, you can use it and figure out whether or not she's dead if it brings her back.
Oh shit! Have Walker
I'm
melt
sorry,
it down.
everybody.
Have Walker melt it down. Fuck, man.
Other than that, the bottom is slightly scuffed, as if used like a walking stick.
That's funny.
There are no, with a quarterstaff, there are, handles where you hold it to more efficiently smack people with it. There's nothing like that here. It looks like a very fancy but minimalistic walking stick, or a staff someone would hold as they preside over a court, that sort of thing. But without, you would expect, some sort of flourish on the top, wings or something to come out of the top of it, whereas it's just, a simple... extra silver, it comes out about 1/4 inch, and it's about 1.5 inches long at the top. It's about 1/4 inch wide. It's just a little head on top of it, where it's just a little bit wider, like a quarterstaff would have. But there's nothing about it that sticks out or is particularly strange. Simple, fancy, expensive silver stick.
Evian kind of looks up at Owen and he says, it just looks like a stick.
I would say that if you were curious, that would be an improvised weapon.
Ooh.
Awesome.
And the candle just looked like a candle.
No, the candle was black. Most candles are white.
I mean, you can color candle wax.
I was gonna say preposterous, but I don't know if Evian has that kind of vocabulary.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Owen, since Owen's not, an arcanist, right? But he knows there's something spooky with this thing. So what he's gonna do is listen for obvious whispers in his mind, or he has literally no idea what to
Besides
expect.
Karad.
but he's going to like, I guess try and like focus on nothing so that if something weird happens, like he notices it. If that makes
Give
sense.
me a wisdom check to clear your mind and focus.
I thought you were gonna say save. I was like,
Me
oh
too.
shit.
I was like,
Oh my!
I was like, am I gonna have to kill Owen? Like, if
No,
everyone
just-
comes
just-
back,
just fucking
Evian's
nut-
covered in blood. Owen's dead.
Just nut him, you know?
The fucking staff is covered in blood and like through Owen's skull. Evian's like, well, I had to do it. You just kind of calm. You try and focus, doing that as best you can to meditate in this very quiet room. No echoes from outside. Just the sound of Evian inspecting and occasionally stepping around it, listening, waiting to hear.
Long sniff.
There's nothing. There's that. The only thing that really, you just have those thoughts like, can this really bring anyone back? And I mean, it makes sense that lots of people have lost lots of people that they care about and would want back. Anyone at all?
When Owen opens his eyes, he looks at the staff and there's his face kind of goes a little blotchy and like there's a tear that slides down his cheek, but he clenches his fists and he looks away, pointedly putting his back to the staff, and he takes out his dice, and he kneels again facing away from the staff, and he kneels down and begins kind of softly chanting a prayer and beginning to cast a spell.
As
That would be if I used this right now.
Evian, as you listen to Owen's very quiet chanting of spell casting, you have heard it many times before, those thoughts just start to enter your mind. This thing can bring back anyone. All those allies that you lost, friends, people you thought were family. Back. Your mother, your real mother. Bring her back if you could.
Man. I was not a wise man.
What about your other siblings? If something was wrong with them, if they already passed, bring them back. Options seemingly endless. Amount of power. Simple an object. Thing before. Owen, what are you chanting?
So Owen is he is beseeching Karad for wisdom. The wisdom to make the right choice. He's obviously casting augury. And the question that he will pose at the end is will the binding be used if I send for the summit and they take possession of it? And he casts the dice.
You cast the dice and are... You roll for nothing. Perhaps it is too much for Karad's power to divine. Perhaps there is too much at play, too many variables for Karad to give you a straight answer, but for the first time, probably ever, Rod fails to give.
Damn.
Perhaps it speaks to the power of this binding. Perhaps it speaks to the power of the summit. Perhaps it speaks to the many variables between here and there. Or perhaps you're just praying and hoping that the scope of Augury's power would be more powerful than you have expected it to be in the past.
I should have worded my question better. I think Owen is still satisfied with the results, only because it's not like an immediate double whoa. So he's despite not receiving a definitive answer.
Nothing is better than the apocalypse.
Exactly. So he's going to take up the dice and kind of clasp them to his heart for just a moment, and then he'll turn back and he'll say, I guess across the table that it's resting on from Evian. What do you make of all this, Evian?
Most of it goes over my head, but I am very glad that most of them were convinced that this is the best move. Do we know for a fact that this is the proper artifact and not a decoy?
It is the staff that my mother was holding when I was summoned to save Clive.
Not be a replica?
I suppose.
Just a possibility.
I am sure that whoever the summit sends to retrieve it will verify its authenticity.
Most likely.
I made a mistake showing Simon out earlier. I'm sure he'd be able to tell us.
Yeah, I almost thought about running off to go grab him, but I figured it might be a bad idea to leave someone alone with it.
Aye. Perhaps this is not the best place to talk about it, but when I look at it, I see my brothers.
I see my mother and my best friend from back home. It certainly has a draw to it.
Aye. Better to be rid of it sooner rather than later.
And that Evian just kind of crosses his arms and nods in agreement, stepping back from his position of inspection.
Owen will join him and begin composing his one and only sending that he's capable of today.
We're going to.
I mean, if I'm sending Rom, then Rom has to choose. and she has two.
Oh.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Flowers, don't you want to play D&D tonight?
Yeah, don't you want to play D&D? Come on, man.
Well, in that case, Owen, while you are preparing that, what does this day, this morning, beget for Ishri, Rom, and Walker? William? There?
Yeah, I was my computer.
Oh. Okay, so William, Rom, and Walker...
William Rom and Walker.
Ishri, Rom, and Walker.
The big three, as they call them.
Ishri just is, I guess.
Big Tex, Big Morn, and Big Lenore.
Morn! Oh, shit. Rom's the biggest Lenore.
Ishri, Rom, and Walker, what did this morning have for you after the other three headed off? What was your plan for the day?
Walker was carving some spots on the framework of the bowl to add some cabochons to it at Simon's suggestion.
You know what that is, but you didn't know how fletching worked.
I'll cry then. I only know that word because of Dwarf Fortress.
By the way, you're welcome, Nick.
Can we get a what the fuck is a tabuchon?
Cabochon.
Cabochon?
A cabochon is a circular gem
cabbage?
that you input into something. So he's making basically indents where gems can be placed into it.
Oh, sweet.
Specifically circular gems. He's assuming we're gonna get him cut or something, you know.
Tracks. It'd be really
Yeah,
weird
if
to
only we
make
had that dwarf
a...
still,
yeah.
we can make him cut him.
So, Walker is spending the morning working on that. Rom, you and Ishri, what's the plan? Ishri, you got up when everyone else did. Did you go back to bed after that, or?
As soon as Simon shows up, Walker's gonna cost him. Just letting everyone know.
Ishri's gonna train. Unless someone has something else, she's gonna train, and as soon as she sees Rom's up, she's gonna take her out with her.
Oh shit, murder suicide.
Okay, alright.
All right.
Unless
I was
Rom
not
has something better.
thrilled, but she does not have anything better to do, in fact.
Oh, that's
Ishri will insist that it may possibly keep her from dying, and that's what matters.
That's funny.
Again, sorry.
I guess that's fair. A big shrug, big Rom shrug.
And then I presume we all stop once Simon gets back. So
After maybe a total of hour, 90 minutes or so, something in there. After they've left, you see Simon alone returning.
is everything okay? Where's everyone else? Simon?
Oh, they just stayed. We got done with what I was there for, and they stayed.
What for? More meat and stuff, or what?
They just started talking about, I don't know, war stuff, and some shrugs.
How did it go?
Well, we're getting the binding. Well, not we are, but we're giving it.
The handover, you mean?
Simon nods. Yeah.
Well, that's good, right?
I mean, that was the whole idea of
That was the point?
Yeah, that was the whole thing, yeah.
Well, sounds like it did go well then.
I just don't know when it's all gonna go on. I think maybe in a week or so, they said.
Any idea what we're supposed to do in the meantime?
Simon just motions to. Aren't you guys training already?
Mm-hmm.
Simon just motions to whatever's going on right now.
Rom heaves a heavy sigh.
We're training. Would you like to go inform Walker of what you just told us and then come train with us, Simon? So that you two don't die for the first time, I presume? You haven't died before, right?
I have not. I'm not planning to either. It's on.
Which is why you should train.
Start walking in.
Walk in, and he's
Walker.
set up on the kitchen table. Good old Walker working on his bowl of significance.
Then, as Simon walks in, Walker can tell there's only one person walking in, right?
Yeah, like you hear footsteps, and it's only one.
Can he tell
chair.
who it is based on the footsteps, so he can like call out a name without turning around?
Give me a perception check.
I want to be
So
creepy.
edgy. So edgy, oh boy.
No, Walker's just busy.
Takes a
So
moment,
much
but
just Simon
like,
Way.
after you hear the distinct sounds of a large flowing cloak hitting against a couple of things, and you're like, yeah, it's on.
If I imagine like, Simon notices Walker still at work in the kitchen, and he'll just hear Walker speak up. Simon, where are the others?
Simon sighs. I've already explained this. They stayed.
To the others, I'm guessing? If you don't want to explain it twice, you could have retrieved me first. Why'd they stay?
Talking about war things, I guess? I don't know.
And what is... I'm assuming you didn't talk about war things the entire time. Was there a decision made? Any substantive things decided on?
In a week. We're giving up the binding in a week.
The binding that Owen's parents keep.
Simon nods. They're not too happy about it, but...
Who wasn't happy?
I forgot their names.
Walker will actually put down his tools and turn around at this point.
Fucking... What was the guy's name? Owen's dad. Owen's dad was not happy about it.
It was Owen's dad and one other person? I can't remember.
Was he?
Angus and the vice commander of the Riders, right?
Yeah,
They're in cahoots.
Yeah, fucking Angus and the other guy.
They're in cahoots with a plan that they couldn't have known about before the thing.
Yep.
And they agreed purely through telepathy on.
Well, you see, Angus is a master of nonverbal communication via grunts and or eyebrow raises.
And middle fingers.
He suplex the rider.
They just don't really trust the people we're giving it to. Which, nothing against them, I understand their way of thinking, but I think it's our best choice.
I have to agree. While we don't have a lot to go on for what we know of them, there isn't exactly a better alternative. Is that all that was discussed? Is there anything more to know?
Simon shakes his head. No. That's, besides just binding talk, and everything you already know. So Simon will grab his book from, I don't know where Walker has the book, but Simon will just grab the book.
It's in a very specific spot in the middle of the table, clearly away from the tools, but not outside of Walker's reach.
Simon will grab his book and sheathe it.
Sheathe it?
And we'll latch the little book holder. I'm guessing...
Simon, before you head upstairs, can you ask the others to come in?
Simon just looks at Walker. Does Walker look back up at Simon at all? Or is he working?
He was looking at him the entire time.
Oh, okay.
Like halfway through the conversation when he...
Simon just stares at you. You know they're probably not going to come in, Ishri, and Ishri won't want to.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm worried about.
I'll call
I have a feeling that Ishri might, I'm a feeling that she trains when she's stressed out. Well, we're not exactly in the most easygoing situation. You know, too much stress is bad for someone.
So I just let her stay then. If it's a way for her to get her stress out.
Excuse me, while William thinks of a valid response to that. That makes sense coming from Walker.
I feel like Simon, if Walker takes a second to respond, Simon would just head upstairs and just leave them outside.
Fucks off. No, Walker would be quick to respond if William doesn't have anything here. I think Walker doesn't respond. He just goes up to go get them himself.
Okay. Simon can't argue with that. Just fucking heads upstairs and start working on shit.
Alright.
Oh. So, go outside where Ishri and Rom are still training as they are wont to do.
Walker will stand at the edge, arms crossed, casually observing.
Walker, would you like to join? Sorry, I like swallowed as I said that way too fast.
Walker would just keep like standing there casually for a moment. No, I'd like you to come inside for a bit.
Sure. Is something wrong?
No, just hoping to discuss a few things.
Oh, of course, sure.
Walker would just turn and go inside.
Joins him.
Rom offers Ishri a wide shrug and moves to follow.
Ishri will comment under her breath, which is to say, at a normal speaking tone, to Rom. It's just Walker, right? I mean, he says cryptic things. He's not very good at talking. It's fine.
Walker's going to return to a spot at the kitchen table with his work and begin to continue, while we wish the others to, I guess, join him.
I mean, they were right behind him, but sure.
I thought she stayed behind just a second to, like, say some nasty shit.
A second?
Still, okay, so we're all at the table now, huh?
Did Simon head upstairs?
Yeah, he fucked off.
Simon went upstairs.
You go back and Simon's gone.
He had his fucking, conversation with people. He's done socializing for a little bit.
Walker, oh, what is Simon, me? Christ.
Kind of.
So now both Hannah and you are playing me.
Alright, so you guys get to the table.
What do you need?
What did Rom say?
What do you need, Moses?
A lot of things, though this isn't about what I need. Walker will, you know, do more of work, you know, carve some shit. I don't know, I'm not a wood carver. Fuck you, Nick. Anyway.
I mean, you knew what fucking cabochons were, I'm just saying.
Yeah, because it's Dwarf Fortress. Anyway. So, Walker will do that a bit more work and say, seems like we're going to be getting our hands on a binding soon, according to what Simon said.
Yes, it's fantastic. Yes, get our hands, then immediately give it to the summit. Yes, fantastic.
Or at least we'll see it off.
And?
Thanks, Alex.
I mean, presumably you were gonna say more than that if you were gonna call us in, right? Could have said that outside.
I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on the matter.
I mean, it's fantastic. It's a shame we have to wait a week for it, but I guess it's better than waiting until we come back with the other bindings, so.
Even despite what happened last night?
Yes. Do you not trust them? Because of just that?
I don't know. You don't often use magic like that on someone you trust.
I think they're just very secretive. And I think if they are that cautious with us, who they should trust, they've got to be cautious with other things.
That's a real good point.
I understand what it means to be secretive. But there are limits to things.
Walker, they would not unblindfold me. They blind and deafened me when I walked from my room to the training grounds. I don't. This does not seem out of character for them. That we would mention that they exist and they send someone to tell us to shut the fuck up. It makes sense.
But they didn't do that. They were trying to take Owen out alone to tell only him. Despite the fact that we are all in this already, we're all in the know. It strikes
Well-
me as odd.
He was the one who said it, wasn't he?
Maybe so. Just odd that they would try to do that and be willing to use such means to do so.
They probably wanted as few as possible people to know who he was specifically.
We've
So
met
that
him. All of
for the
us have met
briefest
him
of moment, and
before
didn't know who he was.
He introduced himself. Walker pauses his work and shakes his head slightly. I don't know. It's not a situation. I don't think we have a better choice.
I really don't think we do. What other possible option could we have? And I mean, they've saved several of us on multiple occasions. They are the reason that we are not all still in the Shadowfell. They are the reason that I get to be here, and they're the reason I get to be here. It is, we have to trust them.
Do you...
I mean,
if you heard the term business, Ishri,
I suppose.
was
Yes.
that a term commonly used in where you're from?
Probably rarely, but it seemed to have a different meaning. Because we didn't really have, like I don't know, big. Yes, a little bit. Yes. We just didn't exchange money for things, But people still made things. There were places you would go to get things,
It seems like, as a whole, the Summit doesn't trust us. It seems like everything done with us so far have been, at least in his eyes, is transactional.
Maybe once you meet, I don't know, Loris, it'll change. I mean, I spent like a week with the boy, and
With one of their members.
yes, because they wouldn't let me see anyone else because they're so secretive.
Organizations are made up of different people. It's hard to say if they all share the same ideology on everything. And one might not be always the best example of a group. Would
You're
you
not
say
wrong.
you are a good example of every single one of the people who lives at the Citadel?
No, I would not. But at the end of the day, I mean, at the end of the day, right? I may be different from most of the other people, but you can get to know about the other people through me, in a way. And I agree with you. Yes, it is strange that we don't have more information and that they're so secretive. But I mean, it makes sense if there really are that. I mean, I've heard about the mind probings and things like that, and if they have all of these bindings and they have all this power and this knowledge, then they would need to be that secretive about it, right? If there are that many monsters in the forms of people out there who would use that knowledge for worse things, don't they need to be this secretive?
Walker nods. I understand why they do it. It's just I have concerns if we are on the same, if our goals are the same in the long term.
What do you think their goals are? I thought they were keeping things safe, stopping death.
Seems they're also trying to understand them as well.
Is understanding such a bad thing?
It depends on what you're willing to go through to understand something. We've seen what's happened to Simon with his attempts to understand his book firsthand. It's not that important. Like I said before.
It's my belief that they're the best option we have. I just hope it doesn't. I just hope we don't regret trusting them.
I mean, I'm sure we all hope that, whether we say it or not.
We have to.
Walker seems like he's about to ask another question of Ishri, but stops himself and looks back at his work.
Yes, Walker? She's not having this shit. She's got it by now. Yes, Walker?
What do you think would happen if the Citadel were handed one of those items? Your people, if they had found one. Let's say if we had one on us when we were taken there and all perished, and you had found us in the item, brought it back. What do you think would happen?
I suppose the flame tenders would use it, for the good of Norihos people. I mean, if they had no clue what it was, I doubt, things may have gone very, very poorly. If they saw the temptation of the initial magical item use and then used it and then very bad. It's probably good that you did not all die, but I didn't bring anything back. But I suppose the flame tenders would know what to do with it. They'd probably study it. I presume. That is what they do most of all the time. They really, really like studying. And books, have I mentioned how much they like books? It's ridiculous.
What was your life like back there, Ishri? I mean, before you were out in the wilderness.
Well, I was an Ember in training, right? So I would, well, towards the end of my time, I would spend the bulk of my time, well, training others, training myself. I'd occasionally visit Rogant, things like that. I'd spend a lot of time with Artie, training with her, occasionally with some flame tenders, but I tended to spend more time with Artie. There was a girl, Cathal, I was training. I mean, things like that. It was lovely.
Would you have the equivalent of professions there? I know there was Embers and others, but does it get more specific than that? Were you a trainer, Ishri?
Not. Most of the people who were former trainers were people like Artie, who were Embers, who had fallen to injury in some way, and managed to somehow still get back to the Citadel safe, but unable to still perform as an Ember. I'm more picked up training others later, after after Forley died. I started training others more. Though I was training others before that a little bit too. I've always liked it.
Walker nods, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Suppose it must feel like a return to normalcy, training with us.
It is nice. It is nice to know that the dangers are likely not as deadly. That the people I am training with are far more likely to survive the next couple of years. It's nice,
Walker nods in response. he doesn't have anything else to say.
Would you like to join? Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, so he just continues to whittle and decal and etc.
Actually, Ishri understands the importance of what Walker is doing, so she just turns to Rom and says, Rom, would you like us to go get Simon and go keep training?
Oh, let's definitely go get Simon.
Oh, and Simon, as you are just getting comfortable working on... You've got many, you know, spellish algorithms, arcane things that you're always working on. You've got all of these spells that you're concocting. Finally get comfortable. You start getting in the zone. You guys knock or just barge in?
Ishri barges in.
Oh, yeah. The door opens, baby.
Ishri just knocks on doors and says, I'm respecting your privacy by knocking, but I'm asserting my authority as your friend by coming in anyway! And then fucking kicks it in. Classic.
All right.
Simon, would you like to train with us?
Simon jump.
I'd rather not.
Oh, are you doing something important?
Just Simon like looks at his books. I mean, kind of.
They're just books, Simon.
That doesn't sound like yes.
Simon stands up slowly. I'll give it an hour. We'll train for an hour.
Great! Rob like slaps him on the shoulder companionably. Sends him flying across the fucking hallway.
Basically smacks into the...
Christ. Sending him flying! Ugh.
So, you guys head back outside, begin training.
Back downstairs, where Walker has put up some of his things and has gathered his gear, and follows the rest outside.
Oh my god. Walker's not working on the significant bowl?
Listen, he's helping the significant friend.
Which one of the three is the significant friend? Because you implied there were just one with the
Which one are you carving? What did you call them?
Statuettes?
Yeah. No. The other thing, the thing that you were carving into the significant bowl.
Oh, it was Owen's brothers. Remember?
No. The thing. What did you call the thing that we were surprised?
Cabochons?
Yeah. Which of your friends are you carving cabochons into?
Oh my. Oh shit. So who wants to be significant?
Oh no. That sounds like something you say when you walk into like a whorehouse in Lenore with a bunch of money.
You can't say that.
Well, fucking Rick described ROM as invaluable, so I'll just fucking I'll put an indentation in Simon and plug ROM in.
Oh. So, as you guys train, how long are you gonna train for the rest of the afternoon? What's the...
Give him a couple hours.
Simon has an hour to train and then it's going back in.
Alright.
We have to see how many push-ups we can make him do.
Walker's gonna...
In however long that is. What did he say? An hour?
Yeah.
Hour.
Walker's going to overview Simon's technique and see if fucking Rom and Ishri have ruined him. And all the like drills he had him practice.
Oh, Simon, give me an athletics check.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Roll huge. Nat 20. Here we go. That's
Hey,
not
let's
Nat
go.
20, Logan.
I was thinking small.
He's certainly doing his best. As we go into the montage of Simon doing okay. Does a few push-ups, he's like... Does a few more, he's already getting winded. Going through various parries and things, he kind of drops the sword, you hit him on the hand, and like, he immediately, like, his knuckle gets busted open.
Oh no!
For the record, Ishu would be smart enough and have trained enough people to know to not teach Simon the, like, 2 large women, big sword smash technique, but, you know, like the small
2
wizard
large women,
Two
big
large
sword
women, big
smash.
sword
I think
technique.
I've seen
I
that
don't
one before.
Why has no one ever taught me
I
that
rented that one for
technique?
$9.99.
I want to learn that.
I think I rented that one for $9.99.
William.
I'm so sorry.
Oh. I think I saw that in a CD theater once. Pee Wee Herman was there.
Damn it.
I was
I
making
think
that
I met
exact
Pee Wee Herman while watching it.
Oh.
Oh, shit, that's good. Powerful. That's
Oh.
So you're saying Walker doesn't notice Ishri and Rom's influence on Simon, at least in that manner?
Apparently not. But he is slowly learning to defend himself without the need for magic. Which is something that, when you first met, the idea of him not using magic to defend himself seemed incredibly foreign. This was someone who had only really been trained cursory outside of the fact that, you know, he has always come across as someone who, if he blinked wrong, could, you know, annihilate a human being.
Huh.
You have seen his powers. Though he would probably default to them, at least without them, he would have the capacity to some way. So, with that, we go back. Owen and Evian. Owen composes Ascending. Is this going to Rom?
No, it's going to be going to Elbert.
And what doth thine say, friend?
I feel like
ready.
No, I'm ready. But I just like to do a little prefacing. I think Owen has, as he's done more and more sendings and come to terms with the limitations of the spell, he's kind of perfected the art of like just cutting out superfluous words. So he keeps that in mind when he says to he focuses on Albert McShane, our newest erstwhile companion, contact, friend,
Person who recognizes you as the Dazzling Vanguard.
The group 4 line. Oh fuck! We need to talk about that. Shit.
You should. That's what you needed to do in the meeting. Make sure that you were mentioned in any fucking things as not the Dazzling Vanguard.
Oh, by the way, we're the group never to be known as the Dazzling Vanguard.
Oh shit.
Anyway, he focuses on Albert McShane. Again, I don't think he has faced the staff since turning his back on it, and he kind of focuses on McShane, and then even you hear his voice kind of, especially in this sort of amphitheater style chamber, kind of resonates throughout as he says his words, carrying to shores unknown. Kyns have decided to surrender the binding on condition that someone from Summit retrieve it in person and meet the representatives. Can't cast more sendings today. And that's all.
Quiet moment. Or understood.
That's all he has?
No. I'm reading it again.
Gotcha.
On condition that someone from Summit retrieve it in person and meet. Understood. And then there is a pause, and that's it.
God damn it.
A second later, you get a second one. Can you give us a time frame? Well,
Owen thinks for a second before he his thoughts are composed and he responds. They can be ready at any time. They floated the idea of a week hence, but they would do it sooner if you were able to. They and like after another pause, they just want it gone.
About 5 minutes go by. Another 5.
Oh.
While you can't hear commotion outside, the sounds of activity in the main hall are definitely starting to grow. You would imagine that whatever recess has been taken is probably close to up. And finally, you hear from Jeremiah. Because Albert is running low on spell slots, so you had to go get Jeremiah. Also, yeah, Lokar's not there. Albert's running low on spell slots. It's Jeremiah's turn.
Oh no, he had to get the manager.
Oh, sorry,
I imagine at this point, Evian's just like on the ground doing push-ups because he's bored.
He's just posing dramatically behind Owen for fun.
And as you do, Evian, there's just those thoughts of when you did push-ups next to many allies that you fought with during the war that died, and how you could bring them back.
Is this the part that I have to make a wisdom save at?
No.
Okay. Are you sure?
This is the part where you could say, hey, Vin, I grabbed the binding and used it.
You can't say that if you want.
Oh no!
Owen doesn't have the spell slots to stop you right now.
That's not true. I mean, it's a wisdom save, so it's likely to not succeed. But you know what?
All he has to do is stun you once, and your ass is down.
Oh no!
Oh man!
Without your third level spell slots, I'm taking Evian.
And in my first turn of initiative, I kill Owen.
I'm
gonna what's great is
and then I bring him back.
Owen's AC.
I kill him. I kiss him passionately. I bring him back.
Owen has 9 AC right now.
Oh, he has no. God. Oh, yeah. You would stand zero chance against Evian.
Oh my lord.
Ouch.
Anyway, so yes, you hear from Jeremiah. I've heard that they wish to get rid of it immediately. Someone will be by before this evening. Details? Anything you can tell me. That's all.
What the fuck does that even mean?
He seemed to just be asking if there's anything else, because he understands how sending works. If there's anything else that you can tell him, any more details you can add.
Is he asking?
He said someone will be by this evening. If there's any details you can give him, go ahead.
But, like, details regarding the meeting, or the binding, or the representatives?
Most likely the situation, like...
Yeah, probably a situation. Because all he knows is retrieve it in person and meet the representatives.
So, like, if I was to give him a place to show up to.
Something like that, yeah.
Maybe have him meet at the door without hypnotizing Walker this time.
In fact, man, you know what? Man, how petty is Owen? See, this is so hard for me because Nick is so petty, but Owen is not. And I really want to tell him to show up at the McDurk residence so we can escort him.
Oh,
I really want to do that, man.
Also tell him it's a toga party.
Nice.
It's a costume party. Make sure you...
Tom has to wear a kilt and no shirt.
Kilt, No shirt, yes pasties.
I think there's time, right? I have a few like I don't have to
Yeah.
immediately respond to a sending. So Owen's going to he's gonna furrow his brow and then look over to Evian and clear his throat so Evian can not so he doesn't have to like answer his question mid push up if he doesn't want to. And he'll ask, do you think everyone would like to be there when the binding is handed over?
Most likely.
Owen just nods and he sends back to Jeremiah. Meet us at the same house as last night. We'll take you to them. And that's it.
And so, as the group of the summit starts to head in, everyone here at the at this it's so weird because there's the Lumine Summit and also I've described it as the kyns Summit. The meeting of the kyns as people start to come in once more. A couple of them just staring, not in awe, but in curiosity at the untouched staff that sits exactly where it did when they left.
I imagine that like when they show up, like Owen and Evian are kind of by it, but like there's a kind of pointed distance between them and the staff itself.
Yeah, I
like
was gonna say Evian would be like at the row of seats, like
yeah. Like we're obviously standing watch over it, but we're not. We're as close to it as we have to be, and as far away from it as we can be. If that makes sense.
No, it does. Perfect sense. You see there are more. This is not as many as the meeting last night, but they're back up to 15, 20 people each.
That's not good.
You got a big dog with your own crew.
Do they fucking do like when they go in?
Do they suddenly
in fact,
arrest
this
Owen
is
and
not.
Evian?
I was about to ask a joke question, Ben, but now that I think about it, as the various parties enter the chamber, Owen's going to watch them and see how quickly their eyes fall on the staff and like what their various reactions to it are. Like he's looking for people staring at it with avarice or obvious signs of the emotions that come with thinking of lost loved ones, stuff like that.
Give me an insight.
I was also going to ask, do any of them look like they've changed their mind, as weird as that sounds? Like, do any of them look like they have a different perspective?
Okay, give me an insight check as well.
Do you want this blind or no?
Oh, yeah, these are going to be blind. Good man.
How well do you roll then?
I thought big.
Both of you come to, independently, to a very, very similar conclusion. Which is, there is no one who looks at this with more hatred and frustration than Angus. Like, Owen, there is a level of like, Owen knows of the disappointed dad look that Angus has given him, unwarranted as it is. The look, as brief as it is, given as he walks in, is so much worse to this. There is just pure seething hatred in his eyes as he looks upon that. When it comes to looking for things like regret, the only one who really sticks out is Fiona. She has that look of heartbreak. Like someone who has lost their children all over. That look of survivor's guilt. That look of not being sure of herself. She hides it well, and she steels herself, and she carries herself as the matriarch of a kin with pride and dignity, but it is not but a facade. Heartbroken mother who desperately wishes she could have her children, and is giving up what she believes is her only chance.
Sad.
But other than that, things are very similar to as they were. Some people have brought in tankards. You can see that, though it is early, it's like probably noonish now, maybe a bit later, but it's still like early for lunch, but like there are people who have obviously eaten. There are people who haven't and have brought food with them. In particular, one of the personal guards for the air voice of the Orange Shade is currently munching on a very large turkey leg with some gravy dripping down it.
Wait, there was gravy on it?
Classic Garland.
I'm sorry, we're allowed to have
actual
food
gravy?
here?
Why wouldn't you be allowed to have food here?
Evie needs to make a quick run to the vending
Do
machine.
I have food?
You very quickly gather
around in desperation for something to eat.
This de-stress recess was as much a lunch break as it was anything else, and Owen and Evia gave them the chance to do it.
Oh, fuck me. Evian's gonna pull out rations and the bottle of honey.
Sacrifices for
Oh, take a good use of that gift.
What time is it, then? Like, do we have a sense of how much time has passed since?
I mean, yeah, it's early afternoon, like very early afternoon. You've been here for a few hours now.
Well, I'm trying to think, because like
you haven't seen the sun. Literally, you haven't seen the sun today. Like before first light, you were already up, and like as it was cresting into morning, you headed into the Eastwind Keep, and you have not left this room since. And there are no fucking windows.
I'm trying to, because like it's so weird. Like for the first time in a long time, Owen
didn't
doesn't
have his morning tea.
Owen, well, that too, but Owen doesn't have any means of communication short of fucking walking next door and telling everyone what's going on. So like, I'm trying to decide whether one of us should go and fucking explain to the boys what's happening, but like.
Nah,
Listen,
figure it out.
All I'm saying is they already were cool with Simon being there. Just big dick power play and force the rest of the group in.
Simon was there for a specific purpose.
Just say, hey, I wrote a book here.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for now. I think Owen and Evie. In fact, unless somebody says otherwise, Owen doesn't really move from his like kind of
his spot on the floor.
Yeah, his like sentinel position over the staff.
I don't think Evian would either.
Yeah, we're just fucking. You know what, William? This one's for you. We're just mad dogging everyone. Fucking looking
yeah,
out at
dude.
them.
Get him.
God, it
Slay
hurt me
him.
to say
Evian
that.
pops his chest at Angus. Not actually. He scares me.
After a moment, as people begin to settle down, the heart tender, your willingness to look over all of this emotions stuff, allowing us a brief respite from its dangers and the like, though I do not understand, is much appreciated. Let us know when you have made contact with your allies that we may then do it as well.
It is already done.
From no one left, no one came in.
Who was the guy? Was it the ferryman who threw some shade at Owen?
Yes.
That's where I put him.
And this is the heart tender.
Owen's going to kind of glance sideways at him and say, Such is the strength of my faith.
And that is very impressive indeed. Your faith is rewarded. Oh. Prime Ferryman claps his hands. Please, inform us, what is the plan then, going forward with thing?
Unless the kyns wish it to be otherwise, someone from this group will be here this evening. Take charge of this thing. Kind of motions behind him at the staff. They have agreed to meet the representatives of the kyns.
Oh, did he not say before the evening?
Did he say before?
He did.
By the evening. Exact wording.
In that case, that was a Nick mistake, and Owen relays the proper time.
Very well. Then we shall stay here within these chambers until such a time that they arrive. Young Lord McDurk, you are free to meet with them and bring them here of your own accord. We will be waiting.
Does it seem like a good idea to leave all these people alone in the room with one of the most powerful magical artifacts Owen's ever come across?
Think about it. If the two of us are here, is that going to stop them? No.
I mean, like, in terms of agency, if we're here, we might be able to do something about it. If we're not here, we definitely can't do anything about it.
The question is, do you want to be a part of that battle royale?
Yes. Desperately.
Evian's just like, I'm fucking in. Put me in, coach.
I mean, one of us could go.
From what you're reading of the room, the fact that the majority, like, you know, a 2/3 majority, a super majority, if you are in camp, we're getting rid of it. The worst thing that happens is your dad gets his ass kicked again.
But there's no chance that he just fucking kills everyone and takes it, right? Like,
I mean, that would be cause there would be much bigger problems than the binding being taken if he killed everyone and took it. And that does not seem to be his way.
I think, unless Evian objects, Owen has... I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but Owen has faith in his people to do the right thing. So he will, if they are not needed, he will bid the representatives his farewells, and make his way out of the chambers.
I didn't realize it had been that long that the crickets are already out. Sorry, Nick.
Oh, you know.
Alright, you guys were in there for like 16 hours.
Jesus.
Anyway.
Evian, I'm fucking starving. Let's go find something to eat.
I was about to say that. Oh my god. I wanted food.
You can see as you head out, there is a half-finished lunch buffet lining the left side of the hall.
Owen looks at Evian, and then they both at the same time look at the food.
You see Evian's eyes fill with tears.
Evian just like gets on one side of the table and picks it all the way up.
We just tube it at the table. Back to the fucking house.
You just take the whole table back?
That'd be so fucking powerful.
Can we?
We do that thing where we start stuffing our faces, and then like once we've sated our primal hunger, we just start stuffing our pockets with things that we can take with us.
That's good.
I don't even have a bag on me. I take my shirt off and I use it as like a rucksack.
Oh
yes.
So you guys eat your fill. There is all kinds of shit. It is a veritable feast. Presumably the daily feast for those who operate here within the Eastwind Keep. There is, of course, much in the way of ale. Flows freely through multiple kegs.
Take a keg.
I'll take a fucking keg.
I mean, there's multiple kegs. They won't miss one, right?
Right, they won't even notice them.
In
Like,
all
could you
likelihood,
recycle
they
it?
would not.
What'd you say, Ven?
In all likelihood, they would not if you actually wanted to take one.
I kind of do.
Hey, you know what? Doing the right thing works up a real appetite. So
You know, yeah, we gotta.
Listen,
I feel like Owen's the kind of guy to have Tupperware in his bag. Does he have any Tupperware?
does he have Tupperware?
We've established that Walker's one who carries Tupperware.
Right. Unfortunate.
Ugh.
Yeah, if possible, I would love to take a cake.
We can, if it depending on the size of the keg, we can pile up the food on one end and then use it like a fucking
A big plate, a very tall plate.
a large plate.
Oh. You guys eventually make your way out of the Great Hall of the Eastwind. Are you heading back home finally?
Yes.
There
Am
is
I
a-
able to bring the keg?
It's very bulky, but yeah. Like,
Owen, like as we go to pick it up, Owen's just gonna like lean into Evian and he's just gonna say, "Just walk around with confidence, like you own the place." Works
Oh,
every time.
absolutely. Don't worry. I've stolen many things.
Owen considers asking after that, but then thinks better of it and just takes up his end of the keg.
Oh my.
oh. And you guys get out, and as soon as you walk outside, you are both fucking blinded by the sun, which you haven't seen today. And you just have this minute where you're just standing there, like waiting for the fucking, your eyes to dilate and like blinking and squinting.
He kind of nudges Owen and he says, "We may own this keg, but the sun owns us."
Ah. 'Tis a cruel mistress, the light. But we must persevere, Evian. The others await us.
Of course.
And persevere you do, as in short order it is afternoon, early afternoon, as Rom and Ishri have trained, doing everything they can to get stronger and become better fighters with as much help and as many people as they can. Simon eventually disappearing inside. Shortly after that, you guys see Evian and Owen bringing a bulky keg
with food on top of it.
With food balanced on
high
top
as
of
it can be with food, yes.
How long has it been since Simon got back?
Probably, he left probably 15, 20 minutes ago. Not
So
super
Walker's
long.
still with them.
Yeah.
Walker will do the thing where he, like, you know, plants his fucking sword in the ground and looks over to the newly arrived.
We come bearing gifts.
See that? Simon
Aye.
mentioned that he left when they started speaking of military matters. Is that all there is that you've learned, or is
Oh,
there
there's
more
much-
to it?
Much more, but please, help us in. We've got a veritable feast, courtesy of
The
the meeting of the kyns.
Walker will hold the door open, but not help otherwise.
What a guy.
I'm
Ishri
assuming
and Rob are strength characters. Fuck them.
I'm assuming Ishri and Rob came in with you. Ishri would help and then immediately start eating because she's probably famished.
We've certainly been working up an appetite. Rob will follow suit.
You guys get inside, and with the lukewarm leftovers of a garish feast from a kin meeting, you guys have lunch.
It's like fucking Golden Corral buffet.
Yeah, pretty much.
Walker will retrieve Simon as the others get the buffet set up. Just knock at the door and shout through. The others returned. They have more to discuss. Come on. Let me see if I can get some play working on. A little bit.
Yeah.
The others are back. Seems like they got more to discuss. Come on down. You just hear Walker walk away at that point.
You hear Evian yell from downstairs, and also food.
Simon will close up his books and start heading down.
Does Simon fold, or does he have a bookmark? He lost his favorite
yeah.
bookmark.
Yeah.
No,
he
it was
lost
returned to him.
Was it?
Yeah, the bookmark went.
Oh no, the bookmarks. Oh, sad.
Upsetting. But something will come down.
Walker would make sure to clear away all the excess stuff on the table so that the others can eat.
So Ishri will say between mouthful of food. So where's the binding now?
Also between mouthfuls of food, as he is heartily engaged in devouring a gravy slathered turkey leg of his own. Owen's going to say, on the table, not too far from here.
Doesn't really tell us much, Owen.
Kyns are watching over it as we speak.
Well, what have you got for us? What's happened?
McShane or someone else from the summit will be here sometime today to take custody of it.
That was rather fast.
It seems that my confidence in the Kyns and their desire to do the right thing, the safe thing, was not misplaced. They voted 4-2 in favor of giving it up straight away.
Who voted against it?
Big Papa, Angus, and someone else. I don't
The
remember.
vice commander of the Ryderns voted
That's
against
the
as
one.
well.
They specify why.
Angus just does not trust anyone else, it seems like.
Angus trusts in the strength of his arm and his will, and little else. He
It's very
believes that-
foolish.
Well, he is an imperfect man, though I doubt he thinks that.
Most are.
I don't know the vice commander, but he seemed to share my father's concerns.
Will either of them resist in any way giving it up? Even though they voted to give it up, will either of them resist?
I don't think so.
I think even if they did, there would be swift resistance from the rest. And me and Owen as well.
Sounds about like everything is in order then?
Quite.
I know that we're making the right choice. I know that. But some of the things that they said, the Prime Ferryman of Zenostra, he asked me, he said, how do you know that these allies of yours can be trusted? How do you know that once they have all the bindings, they won't just use them as they see fit?
I had a similar discussion with Rama and Ishri earlier.
My heart tells me that is not. They are not that kind of people. They mean to do good.
My gut tells me that that's the case for those we've met. Or we've not met every member of theirs.
I mean, even those so like Loris, right? The one who we may get to meet, very nice man. I mean, he joined just to do good. He was from I don't know some other place, and he joined just to do good. They seem genuine, and their level of secrecy seems appropriate. So
very altruistic of him, I suppose. But that's
Kindness is a mask. Can be removed. Just because someone is kind does not mean that their intentions are good.
And even if someone is genuine, does not mean they cannot be misguided.
Aye.
Either way, I cannot see any better option. And I'm glad that the kyns have seen the same. Or maybe I should be worried of that.
Truth be told, I don't know if it was magic or not, but just being in the room with the thing, Owen kind of like sort of sits back and puts down his food, and stares into the middle distance. I could see my brothers clear as day.
I suppose that makes 2 that you've been in the room with.
It is a tempting scourge.
You didn't feel that way with the candle, did you?
No.
The candle did
Right.
not offer me the chance to speak with someone who I hold dear.
I believe that part of the lure is knowing what it does. We had no idea that the candle did anything.
That's an
Maybe.
excellent point.
Knowing that we could bring someone back.
If it were magic, would it matter if you knew what it did?
Well, that's just it.
Based
I
off
know that it
of-
was magic.
Based off of those observations, yes. I would assume the more you study it and the more you know about it, the more you want to use it almost. The more tempting it is.
Is there any chance we could be a part of those continuing to watch it until the summit comes? Just to make sure no one else uses it?
They seemed quite adamant that no one would be allowed in or out till it was taken away. And from my judgment, and Owen kind of inclines his head towards Evian. I don't think there is any danger of that.
Evian nods his head in agreement.
I did say, however, that we would be escorting the summit's representative.
All of us?
Aye. I suppose if you don't wish to come, you don't have to.
No, I'll not. I'll not go against what you said.
Is that going to be the same man as before who came to see us? Jeremiah?
He didn't say, only that someone from the summit would be along.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out.
The whole situation is tense.
I think at this point Walker's gonna switch his focus from eating to maintaining his gear to make sure that his gear looks presentable. But not himself. That part doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll have you know, Ishri has no intention of, cleaning herself up, but she's probably drenched in sweat. I'm assuming Rob is probably too. The entire morning of just training.
In that case, Rom will fuss about looking presentable and leave the dinner table early to, like, I don't know, have a sponge bath or something.
Is there
Oh, that's good.
is there a way for Owen to convey to Rom non-verbally that he wants her help fucking dealing with Ishri?
I don't know how you non-verbally communicate that.
Stare at her, please,
I mean,
and then glance at Ishri.
Ishri's already in a dress, so I mean, I don't know what more you want.
God, you fucking...
Maybe you'd like to take Ishri or something.
Oh, where are we going?
Oh, you come with me. We'll wash up a little bit before we go.
Okay, I guess. I'm not at the level of being unsanitary yet, but I guess. Ishri grabs probably a fistful of food for the road and then follows Rob.
So, as you guys prepare for this bath and getting cleaned up, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Alrighty, and so we return from whence we came.
Imagine coming back to this shit show. that really did it for you.
It was very good at undermining me, which I like. So I would ask unto you all. Rom is currently attempting to clean Ishri.
You know, I was about to object, but that's actually like
that
true.
is no that is the clinical definition of what is happening. What is everyone else doing at this point?
Walker's making his weapons and gear pretty, but not himself.
Man, Owen has some like things to do, but I don't want to be gone when fucking somebody just shows up. I think the first thing Owen does is he kind of like looks at the remnants of what he was eating. His appetite suddenly gone or sated. I'm not sure which. But he'll get a plate or something, and he'll put something together for Clive, and he'll go and knock on his door. And I don't know if Owen's really interested in talking to Clive right now, but he wants to make sure he gets something to eat.
Clive has been quiet, and you can tell he's ready to get the fuck out of here. Like, you haven't really interacted with him outside of in passing, but he just gives a quiet nod. We head into the men in the morning.
Do you need directions?
Are they where they say they are?
Aye.
Then no. And he begins eating and doesn't really pay you any attention after that.
Owen, he probably pauses, more to say on his mind, but I think he would just kind of give him a more goodbye.
Yeah, it's catching on.
And then he will go back and rejoin the boys at the table and lapse into a brooding silence.
Second half of every session, lapsing into a brooding. Hey, what's everyone else doing while this is happening? Evian? Simon?
Walker will casually explain to Owen the work he's done on the bull today, just to make sure it's up to his specifications.
I was supposed to. I had it in my to-do list to write a character description for some stuff for Walker, but I didn't do that, so
it happens.
But Owen, he'll sort of rouse from his reverie, and he is only too happy to engage in animated discussion over the depiction of things that are dear to him carved into this significant bowl.
To specify, Walker is still maintaining his gear while having this conversation, but he is, gesturing when needed to the bowl. He'll point out the indents intended for capuchons.
Having those explained to him, Owen will begin excitedly, you know, we could use, you know, this stone to represent this, and like he kind of goes on at length over like, you know, which color gem would be cool to use for running water and stuff like that.
And I imagine as you do, it starts to dawn on you exactly what Albert meant about it breaking your heart. And maybe there is some wisdom to these weird motherfuckers that are the footmen of the Illuminae Summit. How about that?
Unless they're Lokar. Never any wisdom there.
Yeah, no wisdom.
Yeah, he had some good thoughts, but he wished them all out.
Nice. Got him. Owned. Cell phone.
Yeah. Anyway, Rom, Ishri, Simon, anything? Evian?
Is there a tree out front?
I mean, yes,
Outback
in
with a
the
couple,
outback
right?
near the garden, there is a tree.
Or out back, that also works. Is there like a branch about 6 or 7 feet off the ground by chance?
I mean, it's probably closer to 8 or 9, but you can get some mat ups.
That works too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get, you know, I want to get my legs up there and start doing some like upside down crunches.
Oh God.
Evian probably
Just,
find the tree where Walker was practicing his archery on.
Perfect.
Like he'd see like a little.
This is the practice tree.
Yeah, like what's the term? He'd find like a
marks.
paper a
Target.
bullseye on it.
Yeah.
Oh, a target. Yeah.
Yeah, with like some holes in it. Most of them near the center, of course.
And then there's that one where he just fucking sucked, and it's like not even on the target.
And it looks like he broke off like a piece of bark elsewhere and tried to jam it in there, so it looked like it wasn't a hit. It like it never was fucking hit
Oh
at
my
all.
god, that's funny.
Perfect.
So
That's about it.
Evian prepares by working out the evening.
Evian gonna ask Walker to shoot him so he can practice his deflect missile.
Do it, coward. Take a shot.
That's when Evian gonna ask.
pull a rimworld, shoot him from the kitchen table.
Oh shit, that's a very old one then. That was the Corporation Super Compound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Kate
Anyway.
ever get back to me at all?
She has
With
not
those,
yet. No.
Materials. Okay. Well, fuck.
Someone needs a pen pal.
I should send a letter to prison. See
To
if anyone
prison?
just to some prison somewhere. See if he gets anything back.
The
And
things
tell-
people do?
To whom it may concern at Varhelens.
Oh, shit.
Hi. I feel like I'm in a mental prison, much like your physical one. We are very similar.
Oh, that's really fucking good.
Do you want to be pen pals? Oh.
Do you want to sext me over the mail?
Ooh.
Do you want to RP? Oh,
You want an ERP?
No.
that's PRP, paper roleplay.
Then I guess Simon will just work on book, not his book, but like just spell shit.
Rom and Ishri? You guys have anything?
I was just gonna say, Ishri doesn't, resist cleaning. I don't know though if she has cleaned herself up since that one time it rained when she was with Walker.
Oh.
And she's now taken to wearing that dress like every day because it's super comfy. So
Burn that, Rom? Alex, who are you?
she will stop though and fix up with some of her socks. So
Whoa. Can Rom try to hide it?
Oh my god. Oh shit.
are you implying that Ishri doesn't have object permanence?
Wrap it around your sword and then dismiss your sword.
Just eat it.
I don't
Just
think
eat the
that's how it
entire
works.
dress.
Oh.
There's only one way to find out.
Just eat the entire dress.
Oh,
never
I
why didn't I think of that?
I'm going to divorce myself from this whole situation. You guys are on your own.
Whoa.
I have nothing for it. Like, I checked out when you asked if Rob could hide it. You're on your own here, Alex.
Just declare it. Rom just hides it. It's gone. Don't ask where.
Rom, she would know if Ishri has another set of clothes, right? Presumably.
I mean, she has the travel clothes that everyone got.
It's the travel clothes everyone got. Yeah.
That she's never worn.
Dress is so comfy.
Can it really be that comfortable after?
I really feel like the
Rom would kindly suggest that Ishri try something new, just to see how it feels. Big smile.
I mean, I've worn everything else at least once. The dress is just the comfiest, and it twirls a bit.
She makes a convincing argument.
You want to wear it, Rob? You can call it tonight if you'd like. Ishri probably buck-ass naked while they have this conversation. Holds it out to Rob.
I'm not sure it's my color, but thank you. Rum will continue to suggest, like, what about this instead? For reasons that Alex can't think of right now.
Rom gives Ishri a compelling reason.
I mean, if you literally just, like, insist, Ishri will wear something else.
I mean, that's... Why don't we put this in the wash?
Oh, okay, sure. Ishri begins to wash it. Still probably buck-ass naked, not...
I mean, for later.
Okay, sure.
And we could get someone to, like, fix up a little bit of these, like, tiny tears and things. It'll be good as new.
What happened with these socks? And Ishri, motions to the bag of socks and belt.
We'll see. Let's hurry up and get going.
You will end up wearing whatever Rob suggests.
Good. That was all I wanted.
Do what she says, Hannah, or the scene doesn't end. You're trapped.
I really like the idea that Ishri's just a dog who has no object permanence concepts.
There you go.
Happy. But I digress.
That's how funny aliens are.
So,
listen,
you guys clean up. Simon does his funny study. Walker continues to work with Owen. Evian works out. What is the plan for the rest of the day? Are you just waiting?
Pretty much.
That's my plan.
I mean, they didn't say when. They said before evening, so that's kind of open-ended.
It is. It is, in fact, very open-ended. So it is, then. A couple of hours go by. It is late afternoon, very early evening, or 5 o'clock. And walking up the path through the outer courtyard towards the McDurk residence, Evian, from the backyard, you have the perception to see it. Albert McShane. In his best attempt at dressing formally.
Oh, I will, if I don't know if anyone else has seen it, I guess, being outside, so I'll run inside through the house and get the front door for him.
You rush there to get there before he knocks.
Oh, the mailman's here! The mailman's here!
No.
It's Amazon!
Oh, fucking, I do that shit sometimes still. 8 stops away, I start sticking my head out.
So,
but I would open the door whether or not I get there before he knocks.
And you can see now he is in the process of taking off these nice clothes and just wearing what looks like a kind of beat up, simple button-down hempen shirt that's underneath it.
Good man. I approve.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Evian. How are things going?
They're better than expected. Come on in.
So I've heard. He comes in, and at this point, he has the nice button-down that was on top, like, very nice, like, looks like it's, like, silk or something. Very nice. He has it completely off, and he just throws it on the floor. So, the information was brief, but, how are things, like, wouldn't seem to be the one who has contacted me about it. What is it?
Yeah, I was, basically, the majority of the kyns want rid of this. There are a few...
Pandas.
A minority opposes it, but they are obviously overvoted.
Probably for the best. Sent me because, after asking around, I'm the only one who really has it in for the Garish culture.
That makes sense, yeah. Not many mages of your quality come from Garland.
Many mages of our quality come from anywhere. That's why we're not really
that's
based in a country.
Fair.
So, young lord, anybody? Just starts calling down the hall.
We're in the dining room.
Yeah, I would have been leading him to the dining room. We're not. We wouldn't have just.
He
been
like
standing
looks
by
in
the
and
front
just
door.
Young Lord McDurk, Walker. How are you?
Shane, what do you think of this? Walker just hold up the fucking bowl.
I mean, it certainly looks like a significant amount of work has been put into it. Turns back. He looks over at Owen. Look like losing it break your heart.
It's getting there, I suppose.
Has meaning to you. That's the important thing.
Aye.
There's some plans for that, both monetary and otherwise.
It's all about what it's worth to you. The more it's worth, the more powerful it can be. Way it channels magic. Strange, to say the least. So, ready to go, or do you have a set time? Details were a bit scarce through a couple of messages.
The kyns are, as I understand it, waiting in the keep for your arrival. We should be off straight away.
Then, never expected I'd be a big meeting like this.
Walker's going to begin putting away tools. Evian, you mind getting the others?
Yeah, sure. And Evian heads up, to gather the others, and hopefully Ishri has clothes on.
Got like a 50-50 shot. We could roll for it if you want.
Ishri has just been fucking bothering Simon to fix the fucking dress for the last half hour.
Roll for nudity. Oh.
Is she proficient in nudity?
Roll for how
Yeah,
many
she is. She's very.
Roll for how many millions of dollars in tentacles Ishri has.
Anyway, so, Simon, did you have time to patch up the dress with your mending spell, or what's
Yes,
Ishri going here in?
Simon would be able to help and willing to help.
Didn't Rom convince her to go with something else?
Oh, yeah. That's actually a good question. Is she going with something else?
Yes.
How's that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. So eventually, all of you get together back down in the main foyer with Albert.
You look awesome. Do we at least look adept?
Wait. Do we look competent?
I said adept. That's the same thing.
I mean, yeah, within reason, you look competent. Like, Ishri's wearing normal clothing. Is she wearing her armor?
Of course. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, a little weird, but not overtly sticking out.
Weird? How so?
I mean, you're going to a meeting and wearing armor.
Didn't several of them have armor? Like some of the Watchers come with armor?
Yeah, I guess you got a good point there. Yeah, it wouldn't stick out, really.
It'd only be weird if Owen was wearing armor.
Yeah, I suppose
and
that's...
it's Garland.
Yeah. He's a man of Garland. He should be able to take a hit.
Oh!
Yeah, Owen can take exactly one hit. There, done.
And by
easy.
take, he means die from.
I feel like, depending on who it's from, Owen could take one solid hit.
I think Owen could take a couple of solid hits.
I agree.
If it's a smite from Ishri, he could take one.
Yeah, okay, you bring up a good point here.
Walker will say, so, what are we waiting for? Let's go ahead and be off.
Hold a moment, Walker. McShane.
Hey.
They may have questions.
Yes. I've done the ritual before. I did that. I did all that. I know how witnesses work.
Ritual?
Bend the knee to the kin. See them as my rule. Just follow their laws and rules of the people. All that.
They will not be asking you to swear an oath, but many of them...
I already did.
What is bullshit?
He looks offended.
Please don't say that when we're there, Ishri.
Albert already looks offended.
Oh, sorry, you just sounded so flippant about it.
I mean, it's not... I think I can do more good as a member of the summit than I ever could as a member of Garland. That doesn't mean it's bullshit. I would have... and probably still would. In the right circumstances, give my life for these people. I risk my life every day just working for you.
All of this, we can have this discussion another time. Their questions will not be where your loyalties lie, McShane. They will be... They wish to know more about the bindings and especially the summit. They will have questions. They will ask you what you intend to do with it, where it will go to, all manner of things.
I have an idea. Not a lot I can say, but hopefully what I can say is going to be good enough.
Is Owen confident that that's true?
I mean, haven't they agreed to hand it over once they are able to meet one in person? I mean, that is the condition being met.
Aye, but who is to say that
that my answers are not satisfactory, they
change their mind. I'm just trying to make sure we're not walking into a dark cave here.
Situation.
Aye.
Well, I don't think it's actually helpful, but you can always tell them any information they're asking for is proprietary.
Much will depend, I think, on your manner as well. If you approach them as Jeremiah did last night to us, then they will turn hostile.
Speaking of, how much do you know about that little house call?
Probably not everything, but probably enough to get the gist of it.
Suffice to say, the method in which he was initiated was not appreciated.
Nor warranted,
They're
ask me.
Very stretched thin, right? Okara's very busy himself. He's back in Lenore. He's got a lead on another binding as well.
Well, he certainly has our well wishes in that regard.
Tell him that if I have the time. If I do speak to him, or if anyone does, I'll let him know. He can bear the words. He gives a little half smile at that.
Of course, there's more important things.
Something happening out in Garast of all places. Never really expected nothing. Who would have thought?
Garast?
Hey.
Walker will glance at the others. That's where Henry was from.
Aye. miles as well.
Hopefully nothing too crazy. What exactly do you know is happening there?
I don't keep up on a lot of it, but Okara was heard something about magical thing. Went to Garas to investigate, and the reports have been that it's, for lack of a better description, possible. It's either a strong arcane enchantment or a binding.
Right. Well, like I said, you guys are well wishers in that regard.
I just have to keep hoping our luck holds out and none of them end up in Verona. Gives a little half smile at that.
Right. If you do find out anything about it, I am actually interested in more specifics if it ever comes to that, or if it's possible to find out. But that's for
later. I imagine you guys are having this conversation kind of while walking.
Yeah.
Keeping to yourself.
All right.
Mostly.
All right.
We're probably keeping to ourselves mainly as we go. We probably got like the Mr. President thing going on with both fucking McShane and Owen. Like they're in the middle of the group.
We need to invent sunglasses just so we can have like fucking the squad.
We need one of us to.
If you think Lokar has never fucking dimmed his glasses in the sun, you gotta
wait. Does he also do the thing with like prestidigitation where he like looks dramatically at no one in particular, and then it goes yeah.
He's probably done the thing where like he'll have the dimmed glasses on, walk up to someone, lean on the counter, and then like slowly tip them downward.
Anyway, so
I had way too much fun with that image.
You guys make your way back to the inner courtyard, to the main hall of the East Wing Keep once more. And this time, you are very quickly, like, not searched or anything, but, like, separated to the point where, like, everyone's, like, it's just kind of a mess trying to move about. Finally, because there's just so many guards and shit. Like, there are probably more now than there were when you left.
Will they do look us over?
Yeah, they're kind of like, you know, checking you over. The Arcanist is nearby. She is probably scanning for magical items and things, possibly more. It is kind of a mess. You know, like trying to get to the front of a line at, like, when you need, at, like, the fucking soda dispenser at a fucking theme park. Like, the guy who it's like, oh, you get free refills all day. So there's 800 people and no real line. Eventually, Owen, you are to the front where you are able to, essentially, they're like, all right, brought more people with you. What's going on?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
You brought a lot more people with you than we were expecting. What's going on?
I told the kyns that my companions and I would be escorting the representative.
Reasonable. One moment, young lord. And heads in. Comes back out a moment later. I'm sorry?
Do we hear him announcing that inside?
No, you don't hear anything going on inside. Okay. Very quiet in the inner chamber.
I was going to say, then, Owen is, like, as we make our way through the keep, Owen is searching for any sign of things being amiss, like, you know, maybe down a corridor he hears, like, scuffles or, you know, probably not fighting, right? But, like, he's listening and looking for signs that things are not as they should be.
Yeah, like is Alistair McDurk like enjoying himself at the fucking buffet, or you know?
Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Jesus Christ!
Imagine.
Oh God.
He's like the statue of him that was like 10 feet tall. He's literally 10 feet tall. It wasn't a
Oh
story.
fuck!
Oh no.
Oh.
Actually, he's the size of the statue that Walker made. He was split up proportion.
He's sitting on fucking like Fiona's shoulder.
He's sitting on like a loaf of bread and eating a fucking entire steak.
Oh. Anyway, so keeping an eye out. Give me another insight check, Owen. Another blind insight check. Notice anything? Interesting.
Walker is being ever vigilant as always. Probably not for the same
It's definitely tense, but it's more of a like confused tension. Like people aren't being tense against each other. It's more of a like people not really sure why they're being stationed here and on guard so heavily.
Oh, because they don't know what's going on in the...
No, that is, like, they know it's important, but, like, also, the kid meeting last night didn't have this much. They know the kid meeting is continuing, and now there's more security. That's weird. It's very much a confused tension rather than a dangerous one. But no one sticks out as, like, ready to pull a knife or drop a nuclear bomb or anything like that on you.
That's fun.
Anyway, after a few moments, the guard comes back out and... Who is going to need to be at this meeting? All of you or...
Is that not agreeable?
They wish to interview your ally without you there. On his own.
Why?
For his own accord.
And we cannot bear witness to such an interview?
May come in after the initial questioning is done, if you would like. At this point, from behind you, Albert just, oh, what's the fucking meaning? And he just walks up and just shoves the guy back into the door. What's the fucking meaning of this?
Oh no. Oh no.
So I don't like where this is going.
And he just shoves him back and then
hold Albert.
Oh, he just gives this big smile. Aubrey, my man, how the fuck have you been? And gives him a big hug.
Oh, it's okay. He knows him. It's fine. Everyone's fine. It's fine. Everyone chill. Everyone chill.
Like, there's tension for half a second. You can cut with a knife, and then he does that and, like, gives him this big hug. I haven't seen you in, what, fucking 20 years. Really? Albert, what the fuck are you doing here? I'm the one they're waiting on. Now, get out of my fucking way. And there's just like, looks to Owen, looks back to Albert. Are you trying to play a joke on me, right? Young Lord McDurk.
Owen's just like...
This is no time.
This is the man?
He turns back to Albert, turns back to you, turns to your group.
Walker just... This is the type of thing we joke about with a very non-joking face.
Turns back to Albert. I don't know what you're playing at here, but we're busy. Get out of here. He genuinely just doesn't fucking believe that Albert's this important now.
This is the man.
Give me a persuasion check, Owen and Walker.
For fuck's sake.
Come on now.
Can I
Why would we be
fucking
fooling
make
about this? This is a serious matter.
I think Walker's like annoyed, like angry annoyed at this fucking guy.
I think I was just lost for words.
You really want persuasion?
Not that much, though.
Albert just...
Do you don't persuasion?
And at this point, Albert just disappears.
Oh no.
And you begin to hear some yelling and arguments happening inside.
Owen just face palms.
Fuck.
And like through his through his fan, he says, "Oh, I wanted to ask him not to try not to make a fool out of me when he went in." Too late now.
It's too late for that.
For trusting footmen of Illuminae Summit, their goal is to make a fool out of you.
No.
I honestly don't know whether I'd rather him or the other.
At least McShane is goddish.
You see, like, this guard, apparently Aubrey, looks
for the best.
dumbfounded. My apologies, young lord. Thought you were making fun. And you're just hearing, like, the occasional couple words, like, just yelling, and then you'll hear, and then something, you'll hear, like, something like, bindings are just dangerous, and then, I knew them as the Dazzling Vanguard!
No!
And, like, all of these just random bellows coming from inside.
No!
There's gonna be a moment when the fucking guy's, like, still reeling, where Walker's like, I'd appreciate if you don't insinuate that we joke about such serious matters.
But he was an untrustworthy idiot at most. Not that you couldn't trust him, but you couldn't trust him to defend you. He was about as good with a sword as as he looks like he is.
Samika looks offended.
Right, you should be. Look at you. You think you're gonna be fighting? How are you gonna defend yourself if someone attacks you?
We're working on it. Anyway.
He's
more,
Simon draws his sword.
What do you say?
As you start drawing your sword, like
no. No, I'm not doing all this. No.
You hear?
Not right now.
At this point, you hear bellowing from inside a few more words. Of course I said the words. Of course I don't care that I was fucking left. Lots of people leave the damn country.
While obnoxious at times, he has been helpful to us already.
And he's a powerful mage?
One of the most powerful we have met.
Quite.
You can laugh.
I don't know what other response that is.
He saved Simon's life with his magic already.
He was a clueless oaf. I mean, he was a big man, but he was about as good with a...
What was this guy's name? Aubrey?
Aubrey.
Listen, Aubrey. I found that mages don't have to be... Walker's kind of, like, pauses, trying to look for the right word. Thoughtful types. At least not all the time.
Look, it's not that. It's just... He looks to Owen. You've played Three-Blade before, right? And for context, yes, that is a common garish way of, like, not necessarily sword training. It's like a mixture of showing off and, like, it's a simple mixture of, like, you know, showing off your sword skills and also, like, fencing.
What?
The goal, it's called Three-Blade because the goal is to hit your opponent with a sword 3 times. Once with your right hand, once with your left hand, and once with it in both hands.
Oh, I thought the last one was going to be in your mouth.
Yeah.
What?
One's with your feet.
Owen chuckles a little bit and he says, "Oh, of course they have. Every Goddish warrior worth their salt is bleed."
But yeah, well, that idiot. Never once. He was bigger than all the other kids his size. Always has been. Always a big motherfucker. A moose of a man. A bull of a man, if you... Never won. He had the grace of a fucking... He had the grace of a 70-pound duck.
What does that have to do with him being a powerful mage?
I mean, he wasn't exactly spending his time learning no books.
Like I said, I found that mages don't have to be learned types.
He takes a moment to comprehend this. As he does, you hear yelling from inside. I'm sorry, the group formerly known as the Dazzling Vanguard.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Owen literally just fucking claps his hands to his face. And then, like he comes up and looks around at everyone and he says,
I really wish he'd just shut up.
we need to come up with a new name as fast as possible because I am so tired of hearing that phrase.
Well, from what I gather from one of my allies within my group, it was Owen's idea.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, I'm not sure. Maybe it was the assholes. Walker. Maybe that was him.
Fucking.
I don't
Walker's
know.
gonna take it. Walker's gonna fucking immediately begin complaining to fucking Audrey about how fucking awful McShane is to say.
Audrey is a girl's name. This is Aubrey.
Then.
Walker's gonna complain about the fucking time that McShane put sparkles on them in front of the fucking Rat Creek Valley guys.
But it sounds like he was right that you were dazzling them.
Then.
Yep.
If Owen casts thaumaturgy to make his voice loud, will they be able to hear me through the door?
Almost definitely. Like, you can
then
hear him and he's just screaming at just... The only difference is he's got a lot of echo to help, because it's one direction the sound has to go. With, you know, being able to, you know, shape your voice into a certain direction, you could easily make it.
Then he does so, and he says... God damn!
Are we undercutting the scene here, Nick?
You son of a bitch! He fucking yells. His voice booms out. No, it was not my idea, and I've asked him several times not to call us that.
There's silence as it booms in all directions, and like people are just. Like, some of these people have never heard Owen really yell. Now they're hearing the young Lord McDurk scream as loud as his father ever has.
Yeah, I think Owen's not really a yeller.
Yeah. And, like, there's just silence for a moment. Where people kind of awkwardly start going about it. Well, then the information must have been wrong. I don't know. They were dazzling, I guess. I don't know.
Walker's going to briefly glance at Owen after his outburst and then look back to the guy. Listen, right or not, you just don't do that to another man. You know? You just don't fucking do that.
I thought it was very pretty.
Walker rolls his eyes.
Aubrey looks to you. So then, was it your idea?
Oh, certainly not.
So whose idea was it then?
The name?
Hey, in there, I mean, you can hear them. They talk about it as if it was yours.
Another one of them.
Really? You're not making fun again?
Would that we were.
Oh. You lot are something else. Really. Never met people quite like this in my life.
I cannot verbally explain how badly I want to assault this kid.
He's not a kid. He's like 35.
I don't care. I want to assault him. I want to assault this man. Does that make it better?
Yeah, it does. You hear from inside, well, that's the deal then. There's nothing else that's going to be happening. And it falls off again. Finally, then prove yourself, you hear from Angus. Prove that you're not some Fury mage. Prove that you are part of some powerful summit. I don't want to use summit, I apologize. I did that completely unintentionally.
You keep doing it.
That time it was unintentional and was just the first noun I could think of.
She's just gonna
organization.
Prove that you're not that you're part of some powerful organization that isn't going to take this and use it against someone else in a war. Alright, fine, I will!
Owen's going to look pleadingly at Aubrey and gesture to the door. He's gonna say,
Can we please come in?
it sounds like they're close to coming to blows.
Hey, and he just moves aside and opens the door.
Owen flings open the door.
There is silence.
confidently into the room.
And we all walk behind him in unison, looking awesome.
And glowers down the stairs, and he says, "What's all this then?"
And as you begin to open your mouth, Angus is missing, but there is a decently sized rooster currently pecking up and down.
Oh no! You big bastard! Oh fuck, that's great.
That's really funny.
Rom immediately covers her mouth, too high to smile.
All of the rest of the leaders and many of the people in here are smiling or laughing quietly to themselves.
Dude, he just called him a bitch. He did worse than call him a bitch in front of all the bros.
He made him a bitch.
He made him a bitch in front of all the bros.
He made him a cock.
Oh, Jesus.
At this point, he bends down and, like, as proud as a rooster can try and stand, Albert bends down and lifts him up so he can look him in the eyes. I'm not making any fakes. We're real. We're trying to help. Listen to Owen. Listen to these people that want to help. We're not gonna be fucking over Garland. We're not gonna be fucking over anyone. We're not going to be doing anything. Helping. I'm a Garth through and through, and I'm not intending to let anything happen to my people. Got that? And with 2 quick pecks to one of his hands, he then puts him down. And he waits just a few seconds, awkwardly too long, before dissipating the polymorph spell. Very well. Take it and go. He turns to you, Owen, and Angus says,
"Oh no. Oh no.
It seems your contact is through, boy."
So he has.
Albert, he's a little bit of a shit-eating grin. Not a full one, but he looks very victorious as he begins the scrawling of a teleportation circle on the ground. As I said, contact me through Owen here. He is more than willing and able to contact me at pretty much any time. But know that these bindings are safe. They're not going to be used. They're going to be understood. And hopefully we're going to figure out how to get rid of them without breaking them. And figuring out whatever hellacious garbage that's going to bring. We're here to help me and my people. And there's a momentary, like, a calm that you haven't really felt. Like, the tension is finally cut for the first time since probably the initial fight that you walked in on the night before. As Albert picks up the staff, looking it up and down. Bullshit that something like this can bring a country to its knees. I'm right on the plan. You're gonna be sending Owen and his crew to a damned death march that no one else can do. Hopefully get the other binding. That way you oh so tough men and women can finally get back to fight. Gives a quiet nod and gives a half thumbs up to you, Owen. If there's anyone who can do it, it's them. All the stories I've heard. This group, these people, formerly known as the Dazzling.
Yeah, you've said enough, McShane. Off you go.
And he finishes it. Good luck. And a bright red light is engulfed in, and he and the staff are gone. 20 some odd minutes of bickering conversation from behind doors, and a couple more minutes as you guys walk in, come to a close. Everyone in the fucking place breathes a sigh of relief.
Walker will glance to the others in the group and say, well, that's that.
What a little occasion.
The Prime Ferryman. Quite the right agent indeed. More than I was expecting. But... cigar? Not expecting that. Expecting Evandria and maybe Floridian, you know, the pompous city of the north.
Ugh.
Gives a shrug. Well, young Lord McDurk, you came through. Gives a nod. I'm good. Trustworthy, at least for now. I have more questions or a more extended conversation for him later. Be able to contact him if we need. Good.
Owen inclines his head. As he said.
He turns and he has this half smile. Looks at Angus. What we saw here today probably won't leave. Angus says nothing.
Is there visible steam coming out of his ears?
No, but you would imagine if he weren't as good at controlling himself, there would. Oh. You guys have anything else to talk about or discuss?
I'm really curious. Can Ishri divine sense while Angus is in the room? Consecrated, desecrated, fiend, celestials, undead.
Oh no.
Oh my god, Hannah knows what ability she has?
Oh no. Don't hit me with this kind of bombshell this late at night.
Ever since I started playing a paladin in her game, she discovered their abilities. Oh fuck.
There is nothing that you detect.
Cool, thanks.
Nothing
Cool, dude.
consecrated, nothing that you in any way would consider unholy or strange or undead.
Are there any traps in here, Vin? Are there any fucking traps? Joking. Joke, sorry.
So, with that, what are you guys doing? Do you have anything else to say to these people, or are you going to bid them adieu? Head off.
Do they look like they have more to discuss?
They are already packing up their shit. They are getting ready for dinner. They look like they want to get the fuck out of here. They have been sitting here all day outside of a lunch recess of like 45 minutes.
We haven't by chance been invited to dinner, have we?
Ooh.
No, you have not.
In that case, I think like as the ferryman finishes speaking, and in the wake of McShane's departure, Owen's gonna look around at everybody, and there's like a visible relaxation as some of the tension that he's shared with everyone else in the room kind of leaves his shoulders, and he looks around at everybody and he says, but I need a fucking drink after that.
There were a few quiet agreements of hi, and people like they look like they're hunger exhausted. They're hangry and they're getting out, and people start just making their way. Like immediately, like some of the witnesses and things are already making their way the fuck out. Like there's no There's no official, all right, you're dismissed. People are just getting the fuck out now.
If we're near the door, Ishri is smiling and waving at everyone as they walk past.
So that's it then, Owen.
Evian, with your incredibly perceptive ears, hear at least a couple people saying something along the lines of, God, that's fucking creepy. Garish.
Oh my.
Off to then.
Do you guys have anything else to discuss with anyone here?
Personally, no.
Yeah, I mean, Owen would like to talk to his mom, but that can wait until later.
As the representatives and their closest bodyguards begin to leave, a couple of them stop. Some of them seem to be in more of a hurry than others. Presumably other things they've discussed today that they need to relay to messengers and things like that. But the air voice, who unfortunately doesn't have a lot to do outside of speak on behalf of the Arkmorda Isles, given the lack of considerable force here, she stops for a moment and just... You're doing is incredibly stupid and brave. Damned garish. Gives a nod. Just pats you on the shoulder, Owen. Good luck.
Owen will return her nod and our thanks.
Prime Ferryman. I'm sorry?
As soon as she walks off, Walker's like, who was that? Was that someone important?
That was... Fuck, how have I already forgotten her title?
Air voice?
That was the air voice of Arkmorda. Speaks on behalf of the whole kin.
And that Evian kind of looks up like, oh fuck, wait, what? She does?
Wait.
You don't...
Wait, was that me making a mistake, or was that Evian not understanding?
That was Evian being a little clueless.
Evian, she does.
Perhaps I should have said something.
Will that be the equivalent of seeing the Sun King himself?
You won't find anyone who's equivalent to the Sun King in Garland.
Because our government actually makes sense.
Does it?
More than that one.
I mean, it's pretty simple when one man makes the rules. Not ideal by any means, but simple.
Doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, simple is not always good.
We're talking about making sense here, not whether it's good or not.
Gentlemen, if we are going to have a philosophical discussion about the merits of different kinds of governmental systems...
You just said about 8 words that I don't understand.
I'm going to need 2 drinks for that.
Is this when the other guy walks up then?
So at this point, the, no, I'm sorry, it would be the vice commander who comes up and just... Look, young lord, I'm not sure that I'm dissuaded exactly, or that myself and your father's positions were wrong, but I do think if there's someone that I need to be forced to trust, it should be them, or at least him. Albert McShane was a surprise, to say the least.
Owen nods and he says, truth be told, Vice Commander, I'm not sure your position was wrong either. You are right to be cautious.
Pretty much where we're all at.
One reason I would take more umbrage with your decision is because you're right. And you say, kind of motions towards Simon, no matter what we do, we don't have a way to really guarantee they won't be found. Big danger. Buying time is one thing, but this is another. Trying to solve the problem, not delay it.
Aye.
Good luck.
Hold a moment, Vice Commander.
Yes.
Owen kind of side eyes Walker a little bit.
I think Walker would notice and like look back, like what?
You wouldn't happen to know a man by the name of Cordell Walker, would you?
Kind of furrows his brow a bit. No, I don't. Unimportant? What you're looking for?
My father. We're not looking for him. I know where he is.
Thought perhaps you might have known him, but never mind.
Only been in a proper position of power for short 2 years. Don't know every one of the. Shakes his head. My apologies.
It's no trouble. Never mind.
He gives a nod.
Walker will glance at Owen.
Owen shrugs. Thought you might want to talk to Raidern.
Maybe. I've wondered some things about the Mornkin, but seems to be I'm assuming if he's as important as that last person, he wouldn't exactly be the person to speak to regarding that.
Did I tell you, you met Ranam, right?
I believe so.
Used to be the quartermaster for the Raiderns.
Interesting.
Might want to talk to him about it.
Maybe I will.
And that's it. That's all they say to each other.
And then we get the rest of them walking by us.
Eventually, as the majority clear out, you get a quick whisper, Owen, from Fiona saying, essentially, see you at dinner.
Owen gives her his best smile. And he does that thing where like they go to hug and he he holds on for just like a second longer than he probably should, but
try to make it tonight. Not for breakfast tomorrow, I promise.
See you then, mother.
She gives a nod and hurries out back towards Angus,
who presumably hasn't said fucking shit.
Oh, he's already he like while she was saying that he already had walked out.
He's just like,
Goodbye. Morn,
goodbye.
Love it.
Get out of my way, I'm boy. Somebody turn me into a big man.
Yeah.
Somebody turn me into a cock tonight, and I'm so mad about it.
What'd you say about his cock?
The Prime Ferryman.
Somebody turned him into a cock.
The Prime Ferryman eventually makes his way over. The last of the representatives still here. Young Lord, I wish there was more I could do to offer you for support on this plan that you have.
You have done much already, just voicing your support.
I understand that, but there's something to be said for also wishing I could do naval support or some such. To a ship, but drugs. Not much that can be done on that front, given where you're headed and where you're coming from.
It's a long road we all have ahead of us.
Such is the meaning of war. Tell me though, these are your allies? Begins motioning towards them.
Walker will nod.
Yeah.
They are,
smells like.
they are my companions, yes.
Former Dazzling Vanguard.
Is Owen's pleasant demeanor drops into a frown, and he
Seems
mutters.
like
He mutters, "I asked him not to call us that."
seems like quite the mess, but we didn't know how else At least he did not know how else to refer to all of you.
I think we need to have a serious sit down and talk tonight and come up with a better name.
Sounds fun to me.
I mean, you do
Sounds
not.
fun if there's alcohol involved.
Well, I wish you good luck on that front, and well, if there's anything that I can do to support your future endeavors back home, I would do anything in my power.
Owen considers for a moment, and then like would Xenostra's does a lot of like shipping, right?
Yeah, they are up until the Arkmorda Isles joined the Iron Shade. They were the Navy.
So if I were like, if he says if there's anything I can do, and I say, could you see to it that we are supplied? Like, would that be overstepping and or out of bounds?
I think you can ask. Like, obviously they are having their own troubles, but everyone is right now. They just seem to be in a better position than most. Like, the two least affected right now would be Kin Morn and Kin Xenostra, given how far they are and the fact that Xenostra is mostly at sea, and we're at a point now where most of the fighting has moved to land.
In that case, Owen will he'll shake the man's hand and he'll say, "It is a long journey ahead of us. Supplies could be useful if there are some to be spared. Barring that, I don't know if you've seen them, but people of the Rat Creek Valley, they are ill-equipped. Training can be had in time, but well, if you knew where there was a stash of 300 extra proper spears lying around, I wouldn't say no."
See what I can do. There are people who have things that can be. Just say asking a favor of Beauregard Novans should be able to get you something. I'll do that if I can.
I'd appreciate it.
Anything to get this war off the ground and get Farad back in friendly hands.
Aye.
I wish you good luck. We'll try and see what I can drop off.
We'll see this this war. Shit. I'm sorry. Let me try that one again. We'll see those scourges out of their hands somehow.
The scourge is gone. We can sit outside Varat and starve them throughout the entirety. No fears. They're not hearty. They're not Garrers. They're going to sit there. They're going to burn the last of their fires. They're going to waste the last of their wood. Then they're going to sit there and freeze. And when that day comes, we will walk into your castle, go into each of your bedrooms. We will take the red band that hurt, and we will launch them out of the damned windows.
Owen's going to quickly turn to Simon and just shake his head hurriedly as he goes to translate that for Ishri.
Oh, that's great.
He does a thing where he just mimes like cut it out like with his hand against his neck, like don't do it.
I mean, Ishri's not stupid. She noticed you telling him not to translate something.
Yeah.
That was some bullshit later.
Yeah, I'll tell you later, Ishri.
He said something violent. Don't worry about it.
He just looks confused.
Hopefully with luck, can get us a couple of souls tonight.
With luck, there won't be any to be had.
That would be a level of luck not had since days before this.
Yeah, times change. You never know.
Luck, Owen McDurkin party. That you have very fruit. Perhaps speak to Vice Commander and see if he can get you a Rydonian horse.
Princely gift.
It would be something. I do not know exactly what your plan is. It will not help if you are trying to be subtle approach.
Aye.
Good luck.
Farewell.
Farewell.
After he leaves, there's a small chuckle from Walker.
What's funny, Walker?
I've never shot my crossbow on a horse before. I'd probably be useless.
Practice. That's all. Couldn't tell you how many times it took me to actually hit the target with my sword on horseback.
Practice takes time. Do we have any idea how long we'll be until we are sent off?
Owen kind of shrugs a little bit and motions to Walker, and he says, I'd hoped to leave as soon as the bowl was done.
It's almost a scoff from Walker. Like, not like a, mean one. Yeah. That's what we're describing. That could take tens of hours. Hundreds, maybe?
Well, all of that can wait until morning. Come. Let us celebrate a victory that we have won here today. And Owen's gonna he's gonna put his arm around Walker's shoulders and steer him out of the keep, not taking no for an answer.
All right then.
So, you guys make your way out of the East Wing Keep. What is the plan?
Got drink because he.
Oh my god! You guys have an entire fucking keg at home. Are you?
Oh shit!
Are you just fucking knocking it out at home right now? Oh.
I'm trying to debate, but if it would be more, because like Owen's idea is that, or Owen's feeling is that we have won a great victory for our efforts today, and that deserves to be celebrated. So would it be better to celebrate at home where we can be ourselves, or at the bar where there's more liquor?
It's gonna be comical how Owen's gonna fucking drink, but Walker isn't, and when Walker drinks, Owen doesn't.
You're not gonna. The one time.
You didn't finish a job.
The one time Owen is asking Walker to drink with him, and he's not gonna do it.
Walker didn't drink for Fergus when he wanted to fuck off.
That's so upsetting, man.
Yeah, it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting how they do this to each other.
I'm mad. I'm upset.
Walker has his fucking things. Let's go to the local keep, grab a bounty, knock it out, then go get some drinks.
Jesus.
Find some petty thieves or something. There you go. Easy peasy.
Imagine there being thievery right now in Nashdween with 8 billion soldiers fighting the street.
That'd be funny.
Owen is content. You know what? Hey, how about this? On the way back, Owen will call to Evian, and he'll say, Evian, what do you think? Shall we gallivant around the McDirt residence, or shall we abscond into the night and see where it takes us?
I'm not sure what abscond means, but it sounds like scone, so I like that idea.
It means
Off to the bars it is. Although I wouldn't want that cake to go to waste.
It will last tomorrow. I think.
We could bring it with us.
That is a good idea.
Imagine showing up to a bar and then they show up and they say, "What can I get you?" And you say, "It's okay, we brought our own."
Taverns don't
fuck?
typically appreciate you bringing your own food or drink.
All right,
Why?
then we can. Okay, we can go home.
Rip's business.
We can finish it off. And then we can go out.
You know, we have a very important conversation to have at home, so let's start there. Excellent
that is
idea,
true.
Evian.
That is true.
Excellent idea.
Is William missing something important conversation?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay. And then he does.
I don't even know what that means. We head home, and I'm sure between all of us we can bust open a keg.
Yeah?
With our big, strong man hands.
We can give it a tap. I'm sure the McDurk residence has a nice keg fucking tap.
Of course. Because
It's
it wouldn't be a guard. Like, it's like, you know, properly fire safety code. Normally, every house has, like, you know, you're fucking probably going to have a fire extinguisher. You're definitely going to have fire detector. Every Garnish house has the stuff to get a keg open. But goodness. Oh, you got, like, all the stuff. You got wrong, you need to pop the top. You got your fucking pry bar. You got your fucking tap. All the important stuff.
All the good stuff.
Yeah.
And so we do.
And so we do.
As the first drinks are poured, Owen will raise his flagon in a toast. He'll say, "My friends, to victories great and small."
Walker will toast with an empty hand.
Owen's going to, very uncharacteristically, he's going to just down his flagon in one go.
Oh, beautiful.
Fucking
bastard,
Evian
Nick.
matches.
Suck.
She does the same.
And then
Yep.
he looks at Walker, who presumably doesn't have a drink in his hand, right?
Who has already grabbed some fucking wood to work on.
Oh, come on, Walker. That can wait until tomorrow. Have a drink with us.
I've not finished any jobs recently, Owen.
Is that so?
You really
You're
think
telling
that-
me getting rid of an entire scourge is not a job to you? What, you do this every day?
I'd say that was Owen's doing. Maybe Owen and your doing. I wouldn't say we all did that.
You were there? It counts.
And I slide Walker a drink.
Walker's not picking it up.
Oh, hold a moment, lads. Hold a moment. And Owen's going to cast about for something. And then he's going to fuck, I don't know. He's going to look down at his empty flagon and then put it in front of Walker, and he's going to say, "Walker, could you be so kind as to pour me another flagon?"
Walker's gonna look at Owen as if he's what the fuck is he planning? But he'll get up and do
Owen
his
gives him
own
a shitty grin. When he comes back with a full flagon, Owen's going to accept it with an incline of his head, and then he's going to motion to the flagon that Evian passed to Walker, and he's going to say, "There, job done."
Oh, wait. It's no proper job if he doesn't get paid, and Evian flips Walker a silver.
Nice. Oh, my mistake. Of course, Evian. Well spotted.
William's laughing
Rom
right
is
now. William's laughing.
cackling in the background.
I'm afraid
I would
not.
say that is a job well done.
Afraid
She's
not.
learning
It's not quite
important.
that simple.
Do
Walker's
you
gonna
need
leave
more
the
money? I
silver.
have more money.
Walker's gonna leave the silver and return to his seat.
Owen's going to take a big, hearty swig from his new ale. Make that kind of grimace that people who don't often drink a lot make when they start drinking heavily. And he's going to look back to Walker. He's going to say, "Are you telling me that after all this time, you finally have a chance to take a load off and enjoy the night, and you're going to be the only one who doesn't join them?"
Man has to keep to his principles, Owen. I'm sure you know that.
Oh,
I didn't. I'd be a useless drunk.
Since when were your principles to be so lame?
Walker doesn't have a response for that.
Do you not agree that we have won a great victory today? How about this? We come up with a new name, and Owen starts kind of like, he's not like drunk yet, but like he's definitely like getting there after chugging an ale, one ale, and he said he kind of like sort of waves a mostly steady finger at Walker. We come up with a name that does not sound so fucking stupid for what we are going to call ourselves. That's a job right there.
Oh, when you're doing a poor job to convince me. Last time there was talk of names and drinking, I ended up with the letters ASH above my ass.
Owen fucking buzzed out laughing. Oh, come on, Walker, let's see it.
I don't think so. It's gonna fucking keep whittling.
Rom starts like clapping and chanting, "Show us, show us, show us."
Ishri joins. Show your ass. Show your ass.
Listen, this time is going to be different because you won't be drunk until we come up with a name. There, see?
As you guys get started, I do want to posit a question. Can Simon read his funny book if the full moon is coming from Walker?
Nice.
Ayo.
Fucking nice.
Anyway, that is the question I posit to you.
Simple as
William,
no.
you're
That's the end
being
of
a
it.
loser. Alright.
So everyone is chanting. No response from
say?
Walker.
What do you say, Walker? We come up with a name, and then you have a drink with us.
I told you, Owen. A man's gotta stick to his principles. Without them, I'd be a useless drunk.
Can't say I understand. I mean, I understand the sentiment, yes. But how it applies? You've got me, he says as he takes another drink. Well, to business, he says, sort of slurring. We've got to come up with something. Because if I hear the phrase dazzling vanguard one more time from Lokar or Aelbert McShane, or for anyone else for that matter, I think my head's going to explode.
Didn't you have something else you liked? Or am I misremembering?
Owen and retainers has worked so far.
I don't like that.
It doesn't have a ring to it.
And plus,
Iron blades.
I have no Ironblade history. It's not quite the same, and neither are all of us. Ironblades are from Kintaran, it's a very specific, and he kind of like narrows his eyes and like squeezes his right forefinger and thumb together like in front of them. Very specific title, I'm thinking it's got to be something that, because we're not all Gars, and that's okay. And he kind of like reaches over and like puts his hand on Brom's shoulder or something.
What about okay, hear me out. Garlorians.
Oh, I don't like that. Even
Gardner's
I don't like
cackling at that one.
I don't.
Lamarland.
We got. I mean, think about what do we have in common? You know, not just as people, but like in general.
I was going to say we're all human, but
Ishri
just
smiles
kind
away.
of looks at Ishri.
Something.
Besides all of us breathing, I don't think there's anything we all share.
You all breathe?
Do you not breathe, Ishri? And Owen kind of like leans in, hoping to see if he can smell her breath.
Ishri holds her breath.
Oh, Ishri, you should get the doctor to check that. Wait a second, and he like looks down
That's pretty
at
good.
himself.
Ishri holds it for a couple more seconds, then she breathes loudly.
Oh, you had me going there, Ishri. That was a good one. Owen raises a fresh flagon.
Ishri raises one too and then chugs the whole thing.
Aye, that's the spirit.
Man, I
Whatever the
will
name is, as long as we
also
decided it should be fine. I've learned from experience that as letting someone else decide your group's name is never a good idea.
Well, it's not our country that draws us together. What else?
What, are you gonna name us after the fucking town of Dunrock?
That could. I don't know. Don't know if the people of Dunrock would appreciate that.
Walker shrugs. While having clout is good for finding jobs, I don't think that's exactly something we need to have here.
Really, at this point, it's more for my own sanity, you know, because, as I said, I can't stand that name. I just can't stand it.
I can't stand the fact that McShane put sparkles on us.
I mean, you know, sparkles are okay, I think, in the right circumstances, but I guess it depends.
Like I was telling Aubrey, you don't do that to another man.
Why not?
If a man wants sparkles, he should be the one putting them on.
You know, I bet Ilmarion would really like some sparkles. I miss him.
It's a good man.
Strange, but good.
Helpful is how I describe him.
Everything to do with the Shadowfell sounds sinister, you know. I thought
Walker
about
looks to
something like-
Ishri to see if she's offended by that sentiment.
I don't. And he kind of like waves a hand at Ishri. I don't mean nothing by that, Ishri, but you know, the phrase like shadow walkers, you know, that sounds, I don't know, shadow striders, you know, it's got a connotation about it.
Try not to use my last name.
That sounds too similar to Soul Strider.
Oh, good catch, Ian. Good catch.
We
Can't
don't
help
want
it.
that. We don't want that.
You do all call my my home plane terrible names quite often, so I'm used to it.
Is that something that bothers you, Ishri?
Is it?
Because if it is, all you got to do is say, and you know, I can stop anytime.
No, I think really it just really emphasizes how great the Citadel is under Riho's blessing. If the rest of it is so hellish, well, the one place that's really safe is that much more safe. So.
Owen kind of just like blinks at her a couple of times and then decides to just take another drink.
How many is Owen had at this point? 3?
He's probably at least 3 or 4 deep.
Has he been drinking water?
Nope.
Walker is going to push his water skin towards Owen. Owen, drink some of this.
Oh, fuck off, Walker. I don't need any of that.
If you don't, you're going to regret it tomorrow. Drink some of it.
He's fine for now.
Owen's going. Fuck. I hate myself.
1-1, Owen.
Owen's going to like flap his hand at Walker, and the charm dangles from it, and he smiles at Walker, all teeth, and he's going to say, "And I am sure Karad will see to that."
Walker considers saying something mean, but he doesn't. I think it might be best that you rely on other means. Walker pushed the fucking water skin a little bit further.
Ignoring it, Owen turns back to the rest of the group. There's got to be something we can come up with here. What about something about guarding or sentinel, some such?
Are we guards now?
Well, I mean, I like to think that we care about, you know, everyone, not just one group.
The golf
In a
guards.
Well, like
Watches?
watchers. I like watchers.
I'm all out of juice. I have no idea.
Maybe you have something with the golf there, Evian. What? Because, you know, the Shine Golf is shared by Lenore and Garland.
And we've been on both sides of it.
Aye, even sailed around it. Oh, looks a little proud of himself, thinking back to when he steered a ship that
Thinking
one
back
time.
to when he was on that boat once.
Walker rolls his eyes at the fucking beaming boys.
Who's gonna put all the pieces
Are
together?
you gonna make me say it, dude? Are you really gonna make me say it?
Yes.
Whatever
Yes.
you pick, just don't get tattoos of it. You'll regret it. Trust me.
And why not, Walker?
I just talked to a tattoo artist yesterday. He said he was coming tonight, so we have to think of a name quick.
Oh, we're pressed for time, lads.
I think Walker can easily see through Evian trying to lie.
Evian's not trying to lie. He's clearly making a joke.
Does it
You know
have
what
to be on our butts?
Ideally.
Only if you really want.
Nope, it is a requirement, otherwise we're kicking you out.
Has she been drinking?
Also,
Who?
where's Simon? Is he participating in this?
He's
drunk
gone.
bit?
In bed.
Is he fucking gone? Just
Hello again.
I'm here. Yes, sorry.
Simon here? Is Simon? Can we talk to Simon? Is Simon here?
Simon, hold on. Yeah.
So is Simon with the group at the table as they drink, as everyone Walker
Yeah,
drinks?
yeah.
Okay. Is he having some?
Yeah.
Is it you having some?
Oh, yeah.
Taking a little bit.
Okay. Is Rom still sipping casually?
Yes.
coward.
Hey, Rom used to be a drug addict. She's trying to take shit easy.
Walker's a current drug addict. He's trying to not give in. Y'all pick bad influences.
There's just such a thing as moderation.
In Walker's version of that. Never mind. Anyway. Like I said, just don't get any tattoos. They'll thank me later.
What if we took Evian's idea and we mashed it together with Rom's idea into one great idea?
To become the Golf Watchers.
Close. We are close to something, Evian. Oh, and kind of like he starts to like get to his feet excitedly, leaning over the table.
He's just
God
looking
damn
at him.
God damn it!
Rom leans in like, yeah.
Come on. Say it.
Fucking and he kind of leans in and then his voice goes quiet and he looks directly at Evian and then to Rom and then back to Evian. What about Shynwatch?
Evian just bursts into cheers, clapping like the little monkey he is.
I hate you guys so much.
I would
It's weird.
start cheering, but I
There's
didn't
odd
know
implication of that name, Owen.
Owen sits heavily back down and again procures himself a fresh flagon, sips at it, and then says, "And what would that be, Walker?"
Sounds like the name of an independent organization who is actively trying to do things, actively trying to prevent issues. Our scope doesn't seem quite that grand.
Isn't that what we're doing? We're trying to stop a war? That seems like an issue that we are trying to stop.
I thought our goal was just to take dangerous magical items out of the hands of Owen's enemies.
I thought the
Dangerous
idea was
magical
also
items
in
that
the-
could end the world. We don't know. That's quite a grand scope, if you ask me.
Grand yet narrow, it's still one thing.
And what of afterwards?
And there might be more.
Once it's
Who is this?
resolved, I plan on finding my mother, grabbing my father, and fucking off.
It is the... well...
Well, then at that time, Walker, Shynwatch will be happy to bid you farewell. No, not happy. Sorrowful. And he kind of like looks away, suddenly sad.
Look what you fucking did.
Walker's never lied about us. Ugh. I can't stand them being near any of this anymore. It's not a matter of me not wanting to be with you all.
Or we help? That's option, right?
The Shynwatch goes big and small. We help with single families and multiple.
Aye, Evian, and Owen like points a finger at him like several times. Shynwatch has grand scope and narrow scope. We don't like to limit ourselves to one thing or
It's
the other.
like, what do they call those? Simon, what do they call those fancy tubes to look at the sky?
Wait, Evian, those haven't been invented yet.
Those
God.
are-
Yeah. Oh god. Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah, spyglasses.
Evian
maybe
becomes
you're looking
sentient.
for?
Oh my! Wait, are you
Sure.
trying to tell me that Evian transcends reality when he gets drunk?
Oh, that's good.
Evian becomes an inventor when he's drunk. It's just nobody remembers his ideas because they sound absurd.
Drunk Evian's like, fuck, I can't even do the accent. Now that I'm
What if
giggling.
we put a circle on the bottom of the cart?
Evian invented the wheel.
Evian's like, what if we cover ourselves in oil, then we could fly in the rain?
Oh.
Hear me out. We get a really big fan and put it on a chair.
So, anyway.
wait, I got another thing.
Oh,
I
God.
have two things, actually. I got two things.
He's got things, Vin. Be
I
careful.
got things.
Oh, God,
At the
no, no,
bottom,
no.
upon reaching the bottom of his fifth flagon of ale, Owen's going to kind of unsteadily now look around blearily at the assembled party, and he kind of, maybe a little bit too heavily, he slams his hand down on the table and he says, "So, Shynwatch, what say you?" And then he kind of giggles to himself over the name.
What say us to what?
To the name Shynwatch, of
Oh,
course.
to the name. I see. You called us that, and I responded to it. I think that puts my vote in as a yes.
And to be clear, and he kind of like, sort of like rocks back and forth in his chair, hit one finger held up. It's Shyn, SHYN, like the Gulf. And then he like for emphasis, he like points at Evian.
I am
Golf
the
man.
golf.
Resident golf lover, Evian Gazelle.
Evian collapses as he turns into a pool of water.
Oh, would that I had ascending so that I could tell Lokar of our glorious new name.
Rom,
I honestly don't
Rom,
think I'd enjoy
Rom.
it.
What can I do
have
for you,
magic.
honey?
You have magic. Tell
Yes, I
Lokar of
tend
our
to.
update, please.
After the vote, we must take the vote.
Oh, of course.
Evian and I are ayes. What say the rest of you?
I abstain. I honestly don't think I'd enjoy
Aye.
Oh, you fucking abstain. Of course you do.
You're a stain.
it. Walker rolls his eyes.
I'd like it. I'd like it personally. Yes.
Beautiful. That already makes a majority. Simon
Ishri
Reed,
is an aye.
Simon just
Simon.
shrugs like, yeah.
beautiful. That
Now-
means
Now,
oh, yes.
Simon,
Where's
if you
Rick?
if you shrug, that means you're getting the ass tattoo first.
Simon then shakes his head vigorously, yes. Good name. It's a
Good
good
man.
name. It's a
Good
good name.
man.
He wants the ass tattoo. Good.
No, it's a good name. It's a good
Evian, we
name.
got him. We got him good.
Where is Rick? We must ask him next.
Evian's just gonna yell out for Rick.
He comes down from upstairs and y'all seemed into some busy stuff, so
The second he's visible, Evian points up and says, Shynwatch, yes or no?
what?
Yes or no?
They're trying to.
Rom nods in the background.
Alright, well,
Trying to
Rom's in, I'm
decide.
in. Yeah.
Perfect. That is all for yes, except Walker. But
Again, it doesn't matter to me.
Rick, what do you have tattooed on your ass?
Oh, that's an excellent question, Ishri. He's got to have something.
You know, I'm not entirely sure. He turns around and bends over and just shows you his ass.
And he drops
What do you see?
Is it a blue moon, Ben?
He has nothing tattooed on his ass.
we can change this, and
Evian starts approaching.
He grabs a fucking steak knife.
Evian grabs a pen.
I think we're good. You're gonna have to get me well and truly drunk if you're gonna get something on my...
Well, the more the merrier. And Owen holds up a fresh flagon.
You know, I was, fuck it, everything can wait till tomorrow, I'm in.
That's the spirit.
God, I love him.
Who needs plans when you got alcohol?
nobody. That is the beauty of it. Rom. It is time
Yeah?
for you to be a beautiful male pigeon.
Owen does that thing where like he doesn't get it at first, but then he gets it and he starts like with little giggles that just eventually build into hearty laughter.
Like that?
Wouldn't she be a female pigeon?
Male
Huh?
is
Pardon me?
male is in M-A.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I-
All right, I got it. I got it.
I'm sorry, what's going on?
Lokar of our improvement on his.
William wants Rom to use as little fucking information as possible. It's just like, it's Shynwatch now, bitch.
Rob's like trying to come up with it. Walker's like
the
writing on
rest-
one paper.
The rest of it is just lyrics to a Backstreet Boys song.
We need to convince Walker to fucking carve an emblem for the group.
Ooh.
Now, I don't think it's gonna work if he's asleep. So
It's
we'll
fine,
we'll have to
Bob,
see.
It's okay. You have two. It'll be great.
Oh, plus Lokar's got lots of work to do. He'll be wide awake.
Oh yeah, Lokar does not sleep. He's like Walker, except more flamboyant.
Go ahead, Evian. Finish that.
I said more flamboyant.
I said jolly.
That's also true. Happy, maybe?
I bet he's drinking right now. You should really join him.
Ooh.
You want to go on?
Yes?
then he doesn't. And then he doesn't go on.
So the sending that Rom sends to Lokar will be, we would like to formally request that our official name be changed to Shynwatch. Thank you, XOXO.
That's pretty good.
No, you need to tell him that it's spelled SHYN, or he's going
Shynwatch
to
like the Gulf. Thank you, XOXO.
There you go.
Does golf exist then?
Golf? No.
Yeah. No?
No.
Did you guys know that golf was invented in Scotland?
I didn't.
Well,
I
Did you know Walker's gonna invent golf in Gintaran?
And then Evian's gonna take credit for it.
and then Evian's gonna invent putt-putt right after.
And then Simon's going to make Walker sign a contract that says that he can't take credit for Evian's glorious invention.
Funny enough, Walker's not dumb enough to sign anything that Simon writes.
Maybe it's like a really cool thing. You sign it, you get like a dog or something. I don't know.
Walker's not a dog man.
Much like William, Walker hates animals.
Walker's not hating animals. He remember he fed the fucking one animal when it was following us. When he was starving.
The dog?
Yeah, Walker fed the dog. And then woke Owen to so he can make sure the dog wasn't dying.
Okay, I'm sorry. We lost the thread there a little bit. What did you send?
I said
New
we
name now,
would
bitch,
we would formally like our group name to be changed to Shynwatch like the Gulf. Thank you, XO.
Okay. After a moment, I mean, that is not bad. Good to hear from you. I was just getting ready to sleep, but I will let them know at the summit. Good night.
He's gonna blow a sending to let them know. I love him. I wish I was playing a fucking happier character. I'm pissed.
We could kill Walker if you want.
I don't want.
Like I could do it right now.
I want Walker to have his fucking lackluster ending.
Well, at least we got nice new piece.
What?
What?
Are you drunk?
No, I'm.
I wish I was playing a happy character.
No, I'm adding something to the
characters who are currently drunk. Drunkometer.
There we go. No.
Oh, you're adding the Dazzling Vanguard?
Yeah. Anyway.
Shynwatch.
Bitch.
There we go. There we go. That's very important. So, with that,
there it is.
You guys drink, and are you planning to head out for the night to go pub
Walker's
crawling?
Walker's D&D. We rent a carriage so Walker could be D&D.
So, as you guys celebrate this small victory before what will hopefully be a much greater one.
Wait. I got one more thing.
Oh, he's got a thing.
I'm sorry, Ben. I did say, in my defense, I had two things.
Did say two things.
It did say two.
Diddly do that.
Towards the end of our raucous evening, when Owen is deep in his cups, he's going to maybe stumble, maybe just sit heavily down next to him. But he'll like sit heavily down next to Walker, and he'll give him that, drunk bro thing where he like sort of pushes him with a fist, like half-heartedly, and then he'll just sit in silence for a second.
You ready to drink some water, Owen?
He'll say, after a moment of silence, he'll say, "Aye," and takes a sip of the water, and there's more silence, and then he takes another sip, and then without looking at Walker, he says, "Walker, do you really think that I'd drag you along?
Forcefully, I don't think you could.
Ha! No. But that's not what I meant.
What do you mean then?
You said the other night when it was you who was pissed drunk and I was stone cold sober. You said I'd drag you along. Is it true?
Walker closes his eyes, trying to remember when he was blackout drunk not long ago. I can't say I remember that. But Owen, I hope you remember what I told you back in Starshore. I only know that I'm with you because I believe you're a man deserving of my aid. I'd not be with you otherwise.
Owen blinks a few times, takes another sip of water. And then he does it again where he kind of just like, you know, playfully pushes Walker and he nods. I'm glad to hear it.
Drink more water, Owen. Walker's gonna fucking lift the pouch for him. Thank me tomorrow.
Owen smiles and does so, but that's all he says.
So, as you guys drink, enjoy your small victory. Hope will be a much larger one. The last days before you leave the safety of Nashdween and head to your own personal war, well and truly on your way to the next stage of this attack on Garland. Well and truly trying to see what you can do, how you can help wrest these dangerous bindings from the Red Band with all manner of dangerous things abound on your way. Not knowing exactly how it's going to go and you'll all survive. At least tonight is to hoping. At least tonight is to a success, friendship, and to allies. A night for the newly deigned Shynwatch. With that, go and end tonight's session.
Fuck you, Nick. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
You pick the
William.
one night when Walker's not able to drink, we fucking do the thing, and that's when you decide Owen's gonna get fucking crushed.
What do you mean?
That's when you fucking pick?
Fuck
well,
you.
There's been so many times when Walker's ready, like, oh, Owen, let's drink, and he's like, no! But now he does. When Walker's not ready.
We won a major victory, and a huge weight has been lifted off Owen's shoulders. Could have helped. You did help.
He couldn't, because he couldn't fucking one thing. He couldn't do the fucking stupid.
He got paid to hand somebody a cup or something.
That was
I thought
Walker's
that was
not that trivial.
Well, he is a coward.
Is he?
He is
I
now.
would disagree with that. I don't think Walker's a coward at all.
Nope, now he is. Sorry, he's a coward now.
Okay. I don't really see your reasoning, but good try.
Oh, God. Oh, what a fucking night. Oh, what a great fucking night.
Walker is an alcoholic who controls his fucking addiction by placing an artificial gate on it. How Walker's operated for the last 5 or 6 years.
Oh, man. Don't worry. There will be better days. For Walker, anyway. Might not be better days for the party. Or maybe... I mean, technically, if Walker dies, it won't be a better day.
There you go. Listen, let's let Walker die, and then I'll be a super happy guy that everyone will hate because they're all sad that because Walker's dead.
There you go. Problem
There you
solved.
go.
Problem fucking solved.